We are a tiny part of a universe that is made of an infinite amount of space, matter, and time. There is more space than matter. All matter is made of particles of light. Light particles are the base unit of all matter, from the tiniest particles to the largest galaxies. In this sense, light particles are the most basic atoms. The basic order of matter from smaller to larger is light particles, electrons and positrons, muons, protons and antiprotons, atoms, molecules, living objects, planets, stars, globular clusters, galaxies, and then galactic clusters. The universe has no start or end. The same light particles that have always been continue to move in the space that has always been. Matter in motion can never be created or destroyed. Matter can never be converted into motion, and motion can never be converted into matter. Light particles become trapped with each other and so form structures such as protons, atoms, molecules, planets, stars, galaxies, and clusters of galaxies. This accumulation of light particles into atoms may be the result of particle collision, gravitation, or a combination of both. All of the billions of galaxies we can see are only a tiny part of the universe. We will never see most of the universe because no light particles from there can ever reach us. Most galaxies are too far away for even one particle of light they emit to be going in the exact direction of our tiny location, and all of the light particles they emit are captured by atoms in between there and here. As telescopes grow larger, the number of galaxies and the distance we can see will increase. There is a pattern in the universe. Light particles move from highly dense volumes of space to volumes of less density. In low-density volumes, light particles slowly accumulate to form atoms of hydrogen and helium, which exist as gas clouds like the Magellanic Clouds or Orion Nebula. These gas clouds, called nebulae, continue to accumulate trapped light particles. At points of high density, planets and stars form, and the cloud is eventually dense enough to become a galaxy of stars. The stars emit light particles back out to the rest of the universe, where the light again becomes trapped and forms new clouds. Around each star are many planets and pieces of matter. On many of the planets rotating around stars, living objects evolve that can copy themselves by converting matter around them into more of them. Living objects need matter to replace matter lost from the constant emitting of light particles, decay. Like bacteria, these living objects grow in number, with the most successful organisms occupying and moving around many stars. These advanced organisms then move the group of stars they control as a globular cluster away from the plane of the spiral galaxy. As time continues, all of the stars of a galaxy are occupied by living objects who have organized their stars into globular clusters. These globular clusters together form an elliptical galaxy, and then finally a globular galaxy. The globular galaxy may then exist for a long time, living off the matter in stars in addition to matter from external sources. So free light particles are trapped into volumes of space that grow in density, first forming atoms, then gas clouds, then stars, a spiral galaxy, an elliptical galaxy, and finally a globular galaxy. Globular galaxies at our scale may be light particles at a much larger scale, just as light particles at our scale may be globular galaxies at a much smaller scale. This system may go on infinitely in both a larger and smaller scale. An expanding universe seems unlikely to me. The supposed redshifted calcium absorption lines may be a mistaken observation. For one reason, because spectrum size changes the position of spectral lines, as clearly shown in the 1936 Humason photo, and because the distance of a light source changes the position but not the frequency of spectral lines. The Milky Way nebula starts to form. Galaxies may form from accumulation of light particles and from the collision of two or more galaxies. If a galaxy is viewed as an exponential accumulation of light particles, starting from a single light particle up until 500 billion stars, only in the last 16% of that time would a galaxy have enough matter for even a single star. The first star in the Milky Way galaxy forms. Stars may form from the accumulation of matter or from collisions of two or more large bodies. As time goes by, less collisions occur around a star because most smaller objects are absorbed by the star and planets. Stars and planets may have centers of densely packed, unmoving light particles. The less dense and colder areas near the surface of planets and stars may allow atoms and molecules to form and stay together. Many light particles must move through the internal maze of matter inside planets and stars to eventually reach the surface and escape into empty space. Living objects in the Milky Way galaxy reach another star using a ship, perhaps 5 billion years after the first stars formed. The first globular cluster of 100,000 stars forms in the Milky Way galaxy. The star the Earth orbits forms. Planets form around our star from many collisions. Like the star, they are red hot with liquid rock and metals on the surface. Lighter atoms move to the surface of the planets. Larger planets are surrounded by gas. As the number of collisions decreases and smaller objects are absorbed by the star and planets, the average temperature of the star system is lowered. As the temperature of the planets and moons decreases, their surfaces solidify, and water and other molecules condense at the surface. Perhaps most outer planets are larger because their orbit covers a larger space, which includes more matter. The moon of Earth is captured. The moon of Earth may form as a planet that is captured by the Earth, or a planet that collides with the Earth and then reforms from the remaining matter of the collision, or forms in orbit of the Earth at the same time the Earth forms. Planet Earth cools. Molten liquid rock turns into a solid crust. Water condenses and falls to the surface, filling the lowest parts of the land to make the first Earth oceans, lakes, and rivers. The start of the Precambrian and Hadean eon. The oldest meteorite yet found on Earth, 4.57 billion years old. The oldest moon rock returned from the moon, 4.53 billion years old. The oldest terrestrial zircon, evidence that the crust and liquid water are on the surface of Earth. A terrestrial zircon is not from a meteorite. Larger molecules form on Earth, like amino acids, phosphates, and sugars, the components of living objects. These molecules are made in the oceans, fresh water, and atmosphere of Earth and other planets by lightning, from light particles with high frequency from the sun and around ocean floor volcanoes. The initial building blocks of living objects are easily formed, but assembling them into longer chain molecules or polymers is more difficult. Amino acids link up to form polymers called proteins. Simple fatty acids plus alcohols link up to form lipids, oils, and fats. Simple sugars like glucose and sucrose link together to form complex carbohydrates and starches. And finally, the nucleotide bases, plus phosphates and sugars, link up to form nucleic acids, the genetic code of organisms known as RNA and DNA. Perhaps all proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, and DNA are strictly the products of living objects, while RNA can assemble without the help of any living objects. Nucleic acids form on Earth. Ribonucleic acid, RNA, may be the first nucleic acid to form. One of these RNA molecules may be the ancestor of all of life on Earth. The first proteins on Earth. Transfer RNA molecules evolve tRNA and link amino acids into proteins using other RNA molecules, messenger or mRNA, as a template. This protein assembly system is the main system responsible for all the proteins on Earth. Part of each tRNA molecule bonds with a specific amino acid, while another part has a 3-nucleotide sequence that bonds with an opposite matching 3-nucleotide sequence on an mRNA molecule. Perhaps this system, where tRNA molecules build proteins directly from free-floating RNA strands, evolves before the first ribosome and the first cell. A protein can copy RNA. This protein is called an RNA polymerase. For the first time, a nucleic acid functions both as a template for building proteins with the help of tRNA molecules and also as a template for building other nucleic acid molecules. An RNA polymerase must be one of the first useful proteins to be assembled by the early, presumably precellular protein production system. Eventually, an RNA strand that codes for the RNA polymerase and the tRNA needed to make the polymerase may be copied many times. The ribosome evolves. The first ribosomal RNA, rRNA. The ribosome may function as a protocell, providing a platform for more efficient protein production. A single RNA may contain all the instructions needed to make more polymerase, tRNA, and ribosomes. Alternatively, the first ribosome may not evolve until after the first cell. All cells contain ribosomes. Ribosomes are the cellular organelles that carry out protein synthesis through a process called translation. These molecular machines are responsible for accurately translating the linear genetic code on the messenger RNA, mRNA, into a linear sequence of amino acids to produce a protein. The first deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA molecule. A protein evolves that allows the assembly of DNA from RNA, a ribonucleotide reductase. This protein changes ribonucleotides into deoxyribonucleotides, which can then be assembled into the first DNA molecules on Earth. DNA has the advantage of being more stable than RNA and can hold together in longer strands. Longer strands allow for a more complex organism. A protein can copy DNA molecules, a DNA polymerase. Transcription evolves. A protein, an RNA polymerase, assembles RNA from DNA. The first cell on Earth evolves. This is the first prokaryotic cell and first bacterium. DNA is surrounded by a membrane of proteins made by ribosomes, the first cytoplasm. This cell may form in either fresh or salt water, near the sunlit water surface, or near underwater volcanoes on the ocean floor. The DNA of this cell is a template containing the code for a copying molecule, DNA polymerase, and the necessary mRNA, tRNA, and rRNA molecules needed to build the cytoplasm. For the first time, ribosomes and DNA build cell structure. DNA protected by cytoplasm is more likely to survive and be copied. This is the start of binary cell division. DNA polymerase duplicates DNA within the cell, and then the cell divides into two parts. A system of division may evolve in which the original and the newly synthesized copy of DNA are each attached to the cytoplasm so that as the cell grows, the two copies of DNA can be separated and the growing mass can eventually divide into two cells. This is also the start of passive transport. Amino acids, nucleotides, water, and other molecules enter and exit the cytoplasm only because of a difference in concentration from inside and outside the cell. This represents the beginnings of the first digestive system. This cell structure forms the basis of all future cells of every living object on Earth. These first cells are probably anaerobic or anoxygenic, do not require free oxygen, and are heterotrophic, meaning that they do not make their own food, amino acids, nucleotides, phosphates, and sugars, but instead depend on obtaining these molecules from external sources. Cells make the first lipids on Earth, fats, oils, and waxes, by making proteins that can assemble lipids. A phospholipid bilayer evolves around the cell, providing added protection from the external environment. All extant cells have this phospholipid bilayer. When phospholipids are added to water, they self-assemble into double-layered aggregates or bilayers, with the phosphate part of the molecule on the outside and the fatty acid tail part on the inside. Possibly DNA that is connected in a circle allows the DNA polymerase to make continuous copies of the cell, which may increase the speed of cell growth, duplication, and division. As far as is known, bacteria do not die from old age, but if a mutation stops them from dividing, then they die. Bacteria can also die from physical destruction, in addition to lack of food and water. Operins evolve. An operin is a sequence of DNA which a protein binds with in order to block RNA polymerase from building an mRNA molecule from part of the sequence which would be translated into a protein. Operins allow a bacterium to produce certain proteins only when necessary. Bacteria before now can only build a constant stream of all proteins encoded in their DNA. Facilitated diffusion evolves. Proteins in the cell membrane allow only certain molecules to enter the cell. Facilitated diffusion is passive transport aided by proteins. Cellular respiration. Glycolysis evolves in the cytoplasm. Cells can now make ATP, adenosine triphosphate, by converting glucose into pyruvate. This is the beginning of cellular respiration, how cells convert food into ATP and waste products. ATP is the molecule that drives most cellular work. That glycolysis is the most widespread metabolic pathway, that it occurs in the cytoplasm, not in an organelle, and that it is the first stage in fermentation all imply an ancient origin. Fermentation evolves in the cell cytoplasm. Cells can make lactic acid. These cells, which are anaerobic, can now convert pyruvate, the final product of glycolysis, into lactate, an ionized form of lactic acid, and in the process refuel glycolysis and the production of ATP molecules. A second kind of fermentation evolves in the cytoplasm. Cells, all anaerobic, can now convert pyruvate, the final product of glycolysis, into ethanol. Active transport evolves. Proteins and ATP are used to transport molecules into and out of the cytoplasm. Active transport enables a cell to maintain internal concentrations of small molecules that differ from the cell's surroundings. The prokaryote flagellum evolves. Prokaryote cells now have more mobility and can make more choices about their location. The archaea, also called archaebacteria, evolve according to genetic comparison. The phylum Nanoarchaeota. Eubacteria and archaea are the two major lines of prokaryotes. Archaea have a variety of shapes, including spherical, rod-like, and spiral forms. The eubacteria hyperthermophiles evolve. Aquifex and Thermatoga are the only two major genera of eubacteria that are hyperthermophiles. They grow best in an environment that is around 80 degrees Celsius, 176 degrees Fahrenheit. The archaea phylum Crenarchaeota, the ancestor of Cephalobus. The Crenarchaea include many organisms that are extremely thermophilic, heat-loving, and cryophilic, cold-loving. The archaea phylum Euryarchaeota evolved, the ancestor of methanogens and halobacteria. The earliest cell responds to light. The Euryarchaeota are composed of two classes, methanogens, which produce methane and are often found in intestines and sewage, and the halobacteria, which survive in high concentrations of salt. Some halobacteria use sensory rhodopsin, a pigment sensitive to red light, for phototaxis, positive or negative movement along a light gradient or vector. The first autotrophic cells, cells that can produce some of their own food. Autotrophs produce their own sugars, lipids, and amino acids. There are only two kinds of autotrophs, chemoautotrophs and photoautotrophs. Chemoautotrophs use chemical nutrients to synthesize carbohydrates, while photoautotrophs use light to synthesize carbohydrates. This is a chemoautotrophic cell. Genes and metabolic sequences suggest that chemoautotrophs evolved before photoautotrophs. Photosynthesis evolves. Anaerobic bacteria use light particles to convert carbon dioxide gas and an electron donor, also called a reductant like hydrogen sulfide, into glucose, water, and sulfur. This process of moving carbon from carbon dioxide gas to the hydrocarbon molecule glucose is called carbon fixation. This is the ancestor of photosystem 1. This system of photosynthesis does not liberate oxygen. Photosynthesis photosystem 2 evolves. Cells with this system emit free oxygen. Anaerobic bacteria use light particles to convert carbon dioxide gas and water into glucose, releasing oxygen gas in the process. This is the main system responsible for producing the oxygen now in the air of Earth. The end of the Hadean and start of the Archean eon. Filamentous multicellularity evolves in prokaryotes. Photosynthetic bacteria grow in filaments. Cells stay fastened together after cell division. Multicellularity appears to evolve independently multiple times in the history of life on Earth. With multicellularity comes the evolution of differentiation, cells with different functions. Cell differentiation evolves in filamentous prokaryotes, creating organisms with different kinds of cells. One early cell differentiation is that only the cell at the tip of the filament can divide, while the older cells below the tip do not divide. Multicellular organisms can die from aging, a series of cell differentiations that ultimately result in the inability for the multicellular body to continue functioning and to decay. Nitrogen fixation evolves. Cells can make nitrogen compounds like ammonia from nitrogen gas in the air. Nitrogen-fixing bacteria play an important role in allowing plants to obtain nitrogen from nitrogen gas in the air. Nitrogen is needed to make proteins and nucleic acids. Aerobic cellular respiration evolves. The first aerobic or oxygenic cell. These cells use oxygen to convert glucose into carbon dioxide, water, and ATP. Aerobic cellular respiration evolves as an alternative to fermentation by using oxygen to break down the product of glycolysis, pyruvate, into carbon dioxide and water, producing up to 38 ATP molecules in the process. The oldest physical evidence for life, the ratio of carbon-13 to carbon-12 in grains of ancient apatite, which are calcium phosphate minerals. Life uses the lighter carbon-12 isotope, and so the ratio of carbon-12 to carbon-13 is different from a non-living source, such as calcium carbonate or limestone. The oldest sediment, the Banded Iron Formation, begins. Banded Iron Formation is sedimentary rock that spans from 3.8 to 1.8 billion years ago, made of iron-rich silicates like silicon dioxide, with alternating layers of black-colored reduced or ferrous iron and red-colored oxidized or ferric iron. These alternating layers represent a seasonal cycle where the quantity of free oxygen in the ocean rises and falls, possibly linked to photosynthetic organisms. The atmosphere of Earth still has only small amounts of oxygen at this time. The oldest fossil evidence of life, stromatolites. Stromatolites made by photosynthetic bacteria are found in both Western Australia and South Africa. The oldest fossils of an organism and the oldest prokaryote and bacteria fossils. The organism is similar to cyanobacteria and is found in 3,500 million-year-old chert, sedimentary rock made of silica, in Australia and South Africa. 2.8 billion years will pass before the first animal evolves. The earliest fossils of coccoid, spherical bacteria. The earliest fossil evidence of prokaryote reproduction by budding. Like binary division, budding is a form of asexual reproduction. However, with budding, a new individual develops from a certain point of the parent organism. The new individual may separate to exist independently, or the buds may remain attached, forming colonies. The earliest archaea fossils. The earliest acritarch fossils, unicellular microfossils with uncertain affinity. These acritarchs are also the earliest possible eukaryote fossils. Acritarchs appear to be phytoplankton phytoplankton, freely floating microscopic algae that grow thick coverings during a resting stage in their life cycle. Some resemble the resting stage of modern marine algae known as dinoflagellates. The eubacteria phylum Firmicutes evolves. Gram-positive bacteria, the cause of botulism, tetanus, and anthrax. Firmicutes is a phylum of non-photosynthetic, mainly gram-positive bacteria. Firmicutes and Bacteroidetes are the two main groups of bacteria found in the intestine. Firmicutes includes rods and cocciforms, and some form endospores. An endospore is a tough, reduced, dry form of a bacterium triggered by a lack of nutrients that protects the bacterium and allows it to be revived after long periods of time. The eubacteria phylum Proteobacteria evolves. Includes Rickettsia, the ancestor of all mitochondria, gonorrhea, salmonella, and Escherichia coli, or E. coli. The proteobacteria are the largest group of bacteria by far in terms of number of described species. Gender and sex conjugation evolve in Escherichia coli bacteria. Conjugation is the exchange of DNA plasmids by a donor male bacterium through a pilus to a recipient female bacterium. In addition to pili and conjugation, proteins that can cut DNA and other proteins that can connect two strands of DNA evolve. The first virus evolves. These cells depend on the DNA duplicating and protein production systems of other cells to reproduce themselves. The first viruses may be made from bacteria or may be bacteria initially. The eubacteria phylum Planktomycetes evolves, also known as Planktobacteria. Planktomycetes are a widely distributed group of eubacteria that reproduce by budding, have cell walls that do not contain peptidoglycan like most bacteria, and some have a membrane-bound nucleoid similar to the eukaryotic nucleus. The eubacteria phylum Actinobacteria evolves, the source of streptomycin and the cause of tuberculosis and leprosy. The actinobacteria are a group of gram-positive bacteria that are rod-shaped or form branching filaments and include many soil bacteria. The eubacteria phylum Spirochetes evolves. Spirochetes are helical heterotrophs that spiral through their environment by rotating internal flagellum-like filaments. The eubacteria phylum Bacteroidetes evolves. Bacteroidetes is composed of gram-stain negative, rod-shaped, mostly anaerobic, non-spore-forming bacteria that are widely distributed in the environment, including in soil, seawater, and in the guts and on the skin of animals. The eubacteria phylum Chlamydiae evolves. Chlamydiae are parasites that can survive only within animal cells. One species, Chlamydia trachomatis, is the most common cause of blindness on Earth and also causes a common sexually transmitted disease. The eubacteria phylum Chlorobi evolves. Green sulfur bacteria. Chlorobi are obligately anoxygenic, cannot survive in the presence of oxygen, photosynthesizing bacteria that fix carbon from carbon dioxide into carbon compounds for cell growth by using sulfur compounds, hydrogen, or ferrous iron as electron donors, oxidizing them. The eubacteria phylum Verrucomicrobia evolves. Verrucomicrobia are found in soil, fresh and marine waters, and hot springs. Like planktomycetes, some members of Verrucomicrobia also have intracellular membrane-enclosed compartments, including a membrane that encloses the DNA. Endo and exocytosis evolve. Cells can now eat other cells. Endocytosis is a process of cellular ingestion by which the plasma membrane folds inward to bring substances into the cell. Exocytosis is a process of cellular secretion or excretion in which substances contained in vesicles are released from the cell by fusion of the vesicle membrane with the outer cell membrane. The eukaryotic cell evolves. The first cell with a nucleus. The first protist. The nucleus may develop from the infolding of plasma membrane. There are some differences between prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells. In prokaryotic cells, the DNA is concentrated in a region that is not membrane enclosed, called the nucleoid, while in eukaryotic cells, most of the DNA is contained in a nucleus that is bounded by a double membrane. Eukaryotic cells are generally much larger than prokaryotic cells. Typical bacteria are between 1 and 5 micrometers in diameter, while eukaryotic cells are typically 10 to 100 micrometers in diameter. Unlike prokaryotic cells, eukaryotic cells have a cytoskeleton. The cytoskeleton enables eukaryotic cells to change their shape and to surround and engulf other cells. Eukaryotic cells also have internal structures that prokaryotic cells lack, such as mitochondria and plastids. DNA in prokaryotic cells is usually in the form of a single circular chromosome, while DNA in the nucleus of eukaryotes contains linear chromosomes. Some organelles in eukaryotes also contain DNA. Most mitochondrial and chloroplast DNA is also circular, reflecting their prokaryote origin. Like prokaryotes, this cell is probably haploid, has a single unique DNA. Most eukaryotes are diploid, have 2 sets of DNA. All protist, fungi, animal, and plant cells descend from this common eukaryotic cell. The earliest molecular fossil evidence of eukaryotes, styrene molecules. Styrenes are formed by styrols, molecules made by mitochondria. The endoplasmic reticulum evolves in a eukaryote cell. The endoplasmic reticulum, or ER, is a membrane system that extends from the nucleus, important in the synthesis of proteins and lipids. The cytoskeleton forms in the eukaryote cytoplasm. The eukaryote flagellum and cilia evolve. The eukaryote flagellum and cilia are structurally the same but are very different from the prokaryote flagellum. The eukaryote flagellum is composed of a characteristic 9+2 arrangement of microtubules surrounded by a sheath which is an extension of the plasma membrane. Unlike the prokaryote flagella that rotate, the flagella and cilia of eukaryotic cells undulate in a wave-like motion to propel the cell. Some cilia are non-motile and serve as signal-receiving antennae for the cell. The sperm cells of algae, animals, and some plants have flagella. The circular chromosome in the eukaryote nucleus changes into linear chromosomes. Alternatively, the eukaryotic cell may descend from a prokaryote that already has linear DNA. Some extant prokaryotes have a linear chromosome. Histones evolve. Histones are proteins found in all eukaryotic cell nuclei that package and order a single continuous DNA molecule into structural units called nucleosomes. The nucleosomes are coiled into a 30 nanometer fiber called a chromatin and then looped again around a chromosome scaffold into a larger 300 nanometer fiber which forms one of the two chromatids in a chromosome. The eukaryote cell evolves two intermediate stages between cell division and DNA synthesis. In prokaryotes, DNA synthesis takes place uninterrupted between cell divisions, but eukaryotes duplicate their DNA exactly once during a discrete period between cell divisions. The eukaryote Golgi apparatus evolves. The Golgi apparatus packages proteins and lipids into vesicles for delivery to targeted destinations. The nucleolus evolves. The nucleolus is a sphere in the nucleus that makes ribosomal RNA. Mitosis evolves in eukaryote cells. Mitosis is the process in eukaryotic cell division in which the duplicated chromosomes are separated and the nucleus divides, resulting in two new nuclei, each of which contains an identical copy of the parental chromosomes. Mitosis is usually immediately followed by cytokinesis, the division of the cytoplasm. Mitosis is thought to have evolved from prokaryote binary fission, and possible intermediate stages can be seen in some protists. Eukaryote sex evolves. This is the first diploid cell and first zygote. Because of sex, two cells with different DNA can mix, providing more genetic variety. Having two chromosome sets also provides a backup copy of important genes. Eukaryotic sexual reproduction, which is initially the fusion of two cells and their nuclei, may first occur in a single-cell protist that usually reproduces asexually by mitosis. Two haploid eukaryotic cells, gametes, cells with one set of chromosomes each, merge, and then their nuclei merge to form the first diploid cell, a cell with two sets of chromosomes, the first zygote. Syngamy refers to gamete fusion and karyogamy to nucleus fusion. In most cases, syngamy is immediately followed by karyogamy. This fusion of two haploid cells results in the first diploid single-celled organism, which may then immediately divide back into two haploid cells. Conjugation, the second major kind of sexual phenomenon which occurs in the ciliates, involves the fusion of gametic nuclei instead of independent gamete cells. Initially, sex may be the fusion of two indistinguishable cells, isogamy, with gender anisogamy only evolving later, although possibly eukaryote cell fusion and gender is directly descended from prokaryote conjugation. All sexual species alternate between haploid and diploid. There are three main different types of sexual life cycles: haplontic, haplodiplontic, and diplontic. This begins the haplontic life cycle. In the entire life cycle, the only diploid cell is the zygote, and mitosis only occurs in the haploid phase. Most fungi and some protists, including algae, are haplontic. They have a multicellular haploid stage and no multicellular diploid stage. Plants and some algae are haplodiplontic. They make both a multicellular haploid and multicellular diploid organism. Animals are diplontic. They make a diploid multicellular organism and no multicellular haploid organism. Meiosis evolves. One-step meiosis, a single cell division of a diploid cell into two haploid cells. Meiosis, which looks similar to mitosis, is the process of cell division in sexually reproducing organisms that reduces the number of chromosomes in reproductive cells from diploid to haploid, leading to the production of gametes in animals and spores in plants. Without the reduction back to haploid, genomes would double in size with every generation. Gender in eukaryotes evolves. Anisogamy, sex, cell and nucleus fusion between two cells that are different in size or shape. Oogamy, a form of anisogamy, evolves in protists, sex between a flagellated gamete and an unflagellated gamete. Diploid cell fusion evolves, gametogamy. Two-step meiosis evolves. Diploid DNA copies and then the cell divides twice into 4 haploid cells. Most protists divide by two-step meiosis, and one-step meiosis is rare. Many of the steps of meiosis closely resemble corresponding steps in mitosis. Meiosis, like mitosis, is preceded by the replication of chromosomes, but this single replication is followed not by 1 but 2 cell divisions, which results in 4 child cells instead of the 2 child cells of mitosis. Mitosis produces child cells that are genetically identical to their parent cells and each other, while meiosis produces cells that differ genetically from their parent cell and from each other. The Eubacteria phylum Deinococcus thermus evolves, includes Thermus aquaticus, used in PCR, and Deinococcus radiodurans, which can survive long exposure to radiation. The Eubacteria phylum Cyanobacteria evolves. Cyanobacteria are the only prokaryotes with oxygen-producing photosynthesis and are the ancestor of all eukaryote plastids, for example chloroplasts. Fossil evidence suggests that cyanobacteria existed as early as 3.8 billion years before now, but the genetic evidence places the origin of cyanobacteria here at 2.5 billion years before now. The Eubacteria phylum Chloroflexi evolves, green non-sulfur bacteria. The Chloroflexi are filamentous bacteria that perform anoxygenic photosynthesis, the end of the Archean and start of the Proterozoic eon. The Proterozoic spans from 2,500 to 542 million years ago and represents 42% of Earth's history. Banded iron formation starts to appear in many places. Bacteria live on land. Chemoautotrophs oxidize sulfur or nitrogen to form sulfate or nitrate and therefore sulfuric or nitric acid, which then dissolves rocks. Start of a 200 million year ice age. The oldest red beds, iron oxide formed on land, began here and are also evidence of more free oxygen in the air of Earth. A parasitic bacterium closely related to Rickettsia prowazekii, an aerobic proteobacteria, is engulfed by an early eukaryotic cell. Over time, a symbiotic relationship evolves within the eukaryotic cell, an endosymbiosis, where the Rickettsia becomes mitochondria. Mitochondria are membrane-bound organelles found in the cytoplasm of almost all eukaryotic cells and are where cellular respiration occurs, producing most of the ATP in a eukaryotic cell. In eukaryotes, the mitochondria perform the citric acid cycle and oxidative phosphorylation using oxygen to break down pyruvate from glycolysis into carbon dioxide and water and provide up to 36 ATP molecules. The earliest large filamentous fossil, Grippania. Grippania spiralis is about 10 centimeters long and is thought to be either a green alga or large cyanobacterium. If eukaryote, Grippania would be the earliest eukaryote fossil. Grippania may be like Acetabularia, a large single-celled green algae. The Grippania fossils have no blade analogous to a leaf or holdfast structures, but stretching implies that Grippania was a sessile organism connected to a surface. The end of the banded iron formation. The first homeobox genes evolve. These genes regulate the building of major body parts in algae, plants, fungi, and animals. For example, when a homeobox gene responsible for growing a mouse eye is added to the cell of a fruit fly embryo that is destined to be a leg, an extra fruit fly eye is built on the leg. The ancestor of all living eukaryotes divides into bicont and unicont descendants. Biconts lead to all chromalveolates, excavates, rhizaria, and plants. Uniconts lead to all amoebozoa, animals, and fungi. The protist phylum Amoebozoa evolves, amoebas and slime molds. The first feeding using pseudopods, a temporary projection of the cytoplasm. The amoebozoa include amoebas, both naked and testate, partially enclosed by a test or shell, and slime molds, and are characterized by pseudopods. Slime molds will diverge into 2 main branches, plasmodial slime molds and cellular slime molds. Colonialism, where cells form a colony, evolves for the first time in eukaryotes. Many cells that form colonies are apparently identical, but because each cell is exposed to a different environment, they transcribe different genes. The first plastids evolve. Cyanobacteria form plastids through endosymbiosis within a eukaryotic cell. Like mitochondria, these organelles copy themselves and are not made by the cell DNA. Plastids provide the eukaryotic cell with food from photosynthesis and gain protection by living within the cell. This is a primary plastid endosymbiosis, and so these plastids are surrounded by a double membrane. The inner wall of the plastid being that of the bacterium, the outer wall being that of the eukaryote. The first plant, ancestor of all green and red algae and land plants. This begins the plant kingdom. The first plant is probably unicellular, similar to the glaucophytes. The protists Opisthokonts evolve. the ancestor of all fungi, choanoflagellates, and animals. The earliest extant plant, Glaucophyta. Glaucophytes are unicellular algae found in fresh water. Glaucophyta probably branched off the evolutionary tree before the divergence of red and green algae from one another. The plant phylum Chlorophyta evolves. Green algae, ancestor of volvox, sea lettuce, spirogyra, and stonewurts. The green algae are the most diverse group of algae on Earth today in terms of number of species, having at least 7,000 species. The first land plants most likely evolved from green algae. The plant phylum Rhodophyta evolves. Red algae. Rhodophyta are common and widespread unicellular and multicellular algae reaching up to 1 meter or 3 feet in length and are mostly free-living, but some are parasitic or symbiotic. The protists excavates evolve, the ancestor of the parabasalids and the diplomonads, which includes Giardia. Most of these species have an excavated ventral feeding groove and all lack mitochondria, which are thought to be lost secondarily. Filamentous multicellularity in eukaryotes evolves. In this organism, unlike single-cell eukaryotes, cells stay fastened together after cell division. Multicellularity seems to have arisen multiple times independently in eukaryotes, in fungi, animals, slime molds, and algae. Differentiation in a multicellular eukaryote evolves. In addition to gamete or spore cells, there are somatic cells. Unlike gamete cells, somatic cells are asexual, non-fusing. All cells of an organism are somatic cells except the sperm and egg cells, the cells from which they arise, gametocytes, and undifferentiated stem cells. Cell differentiation is how cells in a multicellular organism become specialized to perform specific functions in a variety of tissues and organs. Mitosis of diploid cells evolves. The haplodiplontic life cycle evolves in algae. Mitosis occurs in both haploid and diploid life stages. This is also known as the alteration of generations. Some algae and plants have a haplodiplontic life cycle, a life cycle where both diploid and haploid stages are multicellular. The multicellular haploid stage is called the gametophyte, and the multicellular diploid stage is called the sporophyte. A captured red alga through endosymbiosis becomes a plastid in the ancestor of all chromalveolates. This is a secondary plastid endosymbiosis, where an algae cell is captured instead of a cyanobacterium, which results in a plastid with more than 2 membranes. The protists chromalveolates evolve, ancestor of the chromista, cryptophytes, haptophytes, and straminopoles, and alveolates. The earliest certain eukaryote fossils and eukaryote filamentous multicellularity, Rhodophyta, red algae fossils. These are also the earliest fossils of a eukaryote that can reproduce sexually and that has differentiated cells, a basal holdfast. The first fungi. This begins the fungi kingdom. Like animals, fungi are heterotrophic, unable to build structural materials by photosynthesis, and so must feed on other living things. Fungi live on organic material and are therefore generally parasitic, live or feed on another organism to the detriment of the host organism, or are saprophytic, live on dead or decaying organic matter. Some types of fungi, however, form symbioses with plants. Fungi may reproduce sexually or asexually and, like plants, show alternations in their life cycle. The protists alveolates, ancestor of all ciliates, apicomplexans, and dinoflagellates. These 3 protist phyla all have an alveolar membrane system made of flattened membrane-bound sacs called alveoli. The oldest extant fungi phylum, Microsporidia, evolves. Microsporidia or obligate survive only as intracellular parasites of eukaryotes, commonly infecting insects, crustaceans, and fishes. The protist phylum Dinoflagellata evolves. The dinoflagellates. Dinoflagellates are single-celled aquatic organisms that have 2 dissimilar flagella. Most are microscopic and marine. An important link in the food chain, dinoflagellates also bloom, which can produce luminescence seen in the sea. The excavates Discicristates, the ancestor of protists, which have mitochondria with discoidal, shaped like a disc, cristae, the folded inner membrane of a mitochondrion. The ancestor of euglenids, leishmanias, trympanosomes, and acracid slime molds. A eukaryote eye evolves, the first 3-dimensional response to light. The earliest eye probably evolves from a plastid. The first proto-eye is a light-sensitive area in a unicellular eukaryote. Eukaryotes are the first organisms to evolve the ability to follow light direction in 3 dimensions in open water. The protists, straminopoles, also called heteroconts, evolve. Ancestor of all brown algae, golden algae, diatoms, and oomycota. Almost all straminopoles have unique 3-part hairs on the flagella at some stage in the life cycle. The protists, Mesomycetozoa, evolve, also called drips. Mesomycetozoa are in the protist phylum Choanozoa, which includes the choanoflagellates, thought to be the ancestor of sponges. The protist phylum Oomycota evolves, ancestor of the oomycetes, water molds. The protists Rhizaria evolve, ancestor of all Radiolaria, Foraminifera, and Cercozoa. The fungi Zygomycota evolves, ancestor of the bread molds and pin molds. The protist phylum Ciliophora evolves, the ciliates, ancestor of the paramecium. The Ciliophora are characterized by having numerous cilia which they use to move themselves. Most ciliates are unicellular. The protist phylum Apicomplexa evolves, includes malaria and toxoplasmosis. Apicomplexans have a special cell organelle called the apical complex which helps to invade the host cell. The protists Coenoflagellates evolve. Coenoflagellates are the closest relatives to the animals and may be direct ancestors of sponges. There are about 140 species of Coenoflagellates. Some are free-swimming, propelling themselves with a flagellum. Others are attached by a stalk, sometimes with several together in a colony. Coenoflagellates use their flagellum to drive water into the funnel where food particles like bacteria are trapped and engulfed. Multicellularity evolves in a free-moving protist. This allows larger free-moving organisms to evolve. This multicellularity is thought to be independently evolved and not related to the earlier filamentous multicellularity of prokaryotes like cyanobacteria and eukaryotes like algae. The diplontic life cycle evolves. This organism is predominantly diploid. Mitosis in the haploid phase does not occur. All animals are diplontic and descend from this multicellular organism. The first animal in the first metazoan, the sponge, evolves. This begins the animal kingdom in the phylum Porifera, the sponges. There are only 3 major kinds of metazoans: sponges, cnidarians, and bilaterians. The word porifera means pore-bearing in Latin, and water continuously flows through the pores in sponges. Metazoans are multicellular and have differentiation. Their cells perform different functions. Sponges have cells that form a body wall, cells that secrete the skeleton, contractile cells, cells that digest food, and other kinds of cell types. All sponge shells are totipotent and so are capable of regrowing a new sponge. In sponges, there is no distinction between germline and soma. Some sponges can live for over 1,000 years. Sponges have 2 layers, each a single cell thick. The outer surface is called the pinacoderm and is made of cells called pinacocytes. On the inner surface is the coenoderm, which is made of flagellated cells called coenocytes. Between these 2 thin cellular sheets is the jelly-like mesohyal, which may vary in thickness and plays vital roles in digestion, gamete production, secretion of skeleton, and transport of nutrients and waste products by special amoeboid cells. The male gonad, testis, or testicle evolves in a sponge. In sponges, sperm are contained in spermatic cysts, which are choanocyte chambers transformed by the formation of sperm, spermatogenesis, but ova are distributed throughout the mesohyal, or middle layer. Start of the 60 million year Varanger Ice Age. Cells that group as tissues that are arranged in layers evolve in metazoans. Unlike the porifera, in the Placozoa and all later metazoans, cells group as tissues. The metazoa phylum Placozoa evolves. Placozoans look like amoebas but are multicellular. The only known species is Trichoplax adherens. Trichoplax lives in the sea and feeds on single-celled organisms, mostly algae. There are only 4 cell types in Trichoplax compared to the more than 200 cell types in humans. Trichoplax has 2 main cell layers like a cnidarian or ctenophore. Between these 2 layers are a few contractile cells that are similar to muscle cells, however placozoans have no muscle or nerve cells. Trichoplax has the lowest content of DNA of any metazoan, about 2/3 that in sponges and only 10 times that of bacteria. The fungi Chytridiomycota evolves, includes all chytridiomycetes. The chytrids are primitive fungi and are mostly subprobic, feed on dead species, decomposing chitin and keratin. Many chytrids are aquatic, mostly found in freshwater, and some species are unicellular. The first nerve cell or neuron and nervous system evolves in the ancestor of the ctenophores and cnidarians. This leads to the first ganglion and brain. This is the earliest touch and sound detection and memory. As time continues in the evolution of the metazoans, the number of neurons increases while the size of neurons decreases, showing that more neurons and smaller neurons, similar to transistors in a computer, give an organism more memory and as a result a selective advantage in survival. Muscle cells evolve in the ancestor of the ctenophores and cnidarians. Both the earliest known muscle and nerve cells are found in ctenophores and cnidarians. A closable mouth evolves for the first time in the ancestor of all ctenophores and cnidarians. The female gonad, the first ovary, evolves in the ancestor of ctenophores and cnidarians. In cnidarians, gonads develop in the body wall or in the mesenteries, cavities created by folded tissue, by differentiation of interstitial cells, cells in the space between tissues. Cnidaria have no complex reproductive organs. The animal phylum Ctenophora evolves. Comb jellies. Like the cnidarians, the ctenophores are diploblastic. They have two embryonic germ layers, the ectoderm and the endoderm, which become the adult epidermis and gastrodermis, respectively. The middle mesenchyme, a watery gelatinous fluid, never produces the complex organs seen in triploblastic metazoa. The main body cavity of the ctenophores is also the digestive chamber, and they have a simple nerve net. Unlike cnidarians, ctenophores lack stinging cells. There is no alternation of generation in the life cycle, and ctenophores are never colonial. On the surface of the body are 8 equally spaced comb plates called teens. Each teen is composed of a band of cilia. The teens provide most of the movement for the ctenophores. Ctenophores are hermaphroditic. Ovaries and testes differentiate from the endoderm. The gametes are released through temporary gonopores, and fertilization is external. The start of the Ediacaran period. A large increase in the evolutionary turnover rate of acrotarchs is thought to be the result of the evolution of the nervous system and gut in the eumetazoa, all Ctenophora, Cnidaria, and Bilateria. The animal phylum Cnidaria evolves, the ancestor of sea anemones, sea pens, corals, and jellyfish. Cnidaria also evolved the earliest animal eye. Cnidaria are primarily radially symmetrical animals with tentacles, have a single body cavity with only one opening to take in food and to release wastes, and have specialized stinging cells. Cnidarians have two alternate body plans, the polyp and the medusa. A sea anemone or hydra is a typical polyp, fixed to the ground with mouth on top. Corals are colonial marine polyps that secrete calcareous calcium carbonate skeletons, which they live inside of. The medusa form is upside down compared to the polyp form and is free swimming. A jellyfish has a typical medusa form, swimming through the open sea. Many cnidarians have both polyp and medusa forms in a single life cycle. Polyps often reproduce by budding. A new baby polyp clone grows on the side of the parent. When cnidaria reproduce sexually, sperm is released into the water and fertilization is usually external. Digestion in cnidarians starts in the gastrovascular cavity, but once the food is reduced to particles small enough to enter the digestive cells of the gastrodermis, digestion is completed inside the cell, intracellularly. Cnidarians have a nervous system which is a network without a centralized structure. They also have muscles which are contracted to propel them. Cnidarians see in black and white because their eyes have only one pigment. For color vision, the eye must have more than one pigment. The start of the Ediacaran soft-bodied invertebrate fossils. The sudden appearance of Ediacaran fossils may relate to the accumulation of free oxygen in the atmosphere and sea, which may permit an oxidative metabolism. Because the Ediacaran animals are soft-bodied, they are infrequently preserved. The animals Bilaterians evolve, metazoans with two-sided symmetry. This is the first tripoblastic animal, an animal with a third embryonic layer, the mesoderm. This is also the earliest animal brain and memory. In most bilaterians, food enters in one end, the mouth, and waste exits at the opposite end, the anus. There is an advantage for sense organs like light, sound, touch, smell, and taste detection to be located on the head near the mouth to help with getting food. Unlike the diploblastic cnidarians and Ctenophora, bilaterians are triploblastic. A third embryonic layer, the mesoderm, lies between the ectoderm and the endoderm. This layer increases the options for the development of organs with specific functions. This begins the animal subkingdom Bilateria. The earliest extant bilaterian, Acylomorpha, ancestor of Acyla flatworms and Nemerta dermatita. The Acylomorpha lack a digestive tract, anus, and coelom. Flatworms have no lungs or gills and breathe through their skin. Flatworms also have no circulating blood, and so their branched gut presumably transports nutrients to all parts of the body. An intestine evolves in a bilaterian. Since the gut of this organism has no anus, undigested food must be regurgitated through the mouth. The intestine is lined with a single layer of endodermal cells that perform some or all of the processes of digestion and absorption. A cylindrical gut, anus, and throughput of food evolves in a bilaterian. All bilaterally symmetrical metazoans except the phyla Acylomorpha and Platyhelminthes have a tubular gut with an anus, mouth, and throughput of food. The phyla Nemertia and Entoprocta are the earliest bilaterians with an anus. The genital pore, vagina, and uterus evolve in a bilaterian. The penis evolves in a bilaterian. The end of the Varangur Ice Age. The coelom evolves in a bilaterian. The coelom is a fluid-filled cavity that forms within the mesoderm and exists between the gut and body wall in most trypoblastic animals. The advantage of a coelom is that it allows the body wall and gut wall to act independently, and also that other organ systems can be developed in the fluid-filled space. In addition, the fluid in the cavity can act as a deformable skeleton. The first circulatory system evolves. Blood vessels and blood evolve in a bilaterian. The first blood cells. Cnidarians and flatworms are at most 2 sheets of tissue thick and so allow gas exchange and nutrient distribution by diffusion. But larger animals with thicker tissues require a circulatory system to distribute materials. The circulatory system transports molecules like gases, foods, and waste to and from individual cells. In bilaterians with circulatory systems, blood may be distributed by contractile vessels in the blood vessel walls and/or by hearts. The bilaterians' protostomes evolve, the ancestor of all ecdysozoa and Lophotrochozoa. The difference between protostomes and deuterostomes arises during embryonic development. In protostomes, the first indentation of the gastrula, an early stage of the embryo, develops into the mouth, and the second indentation develops into the anus. The reverse is true for the deuterostomes. The bilaterians' deuterostomes evolve, the ancestor of all echinoderms, hemichordates, and chordates. The first shell, or skeleton, evolves. The first known shell belongs to a group of ciliates called tintinids. Skeletons evolve independently in different groups of organisms. The bilaterians' Chaetognatha evolve, arrowworms. The earliest teeth evolve. Animals start to eat other animals. The evolution of teeth and animal predation starts an arms race that rapidly transforms ecosystems around the Earth. Teeth and shells evolve as advantages to survival. The deuterostome phylum Hemichordata evolves, the hemichordates, the ancestor of pterobranchs and acorn worms. Adult pterobranchs are sessile, fastening to solid structures, but the younger or larval form is free-swimming and is thought to have evolved into tunicates and then the first fish. The deuterostome phylum Chordata evolves. Chordates are a very large group that includes all tunicates, fishes, amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and birds. Chordates get their name from the notochord, the cartilage rod that runs along the back of the animal, in the embryo, if not in the adult. The ancestor of all chordates evolves upside down. Unlike earlier invertebrates who have a ventral nerve cord near the belly and a dorsal heart near the back, this ancestor and all later vertebrates have a dorsal nerve cord and a ventral heart. Chordates have 4 key characters: a notochord, a dorsal hollow nerve cord, gill slits, also called pharyngeal slits, and a muscular postanal tail. The notochord provides skeletal support through most of the length of the chordate and provides a firm but flexible structure from which attached muscles can contract. In the higher fishes, the notochord is surrounded and gradually replaced by segmental vertebrae. The earliest extant chordate tunicates evolve, also called sea squirts. The earliest animal shell or skeleton evolves. This is the earliest evidence of animals eating other animals, predation. This begins the appearance of small shelly fossils and deep burrows correlated with a decline in stromatolites, possibly from feeding. The earliest animal shells are made by tiny organisms with simple tube-like skeletons, such as Claudina and cynotubulites, in addition to sponge skeleton fossils. The shell of Claudina is made of calcium carbonate and possibly made by some kind of worm. Predatory boreholes have been found in Claudina shells. This is the oldest evidence of predation known. When animals begin to develop hard parts, their probability of preservation greatly improves. The protostomes ecdysozoa evolve. Ecdysozoa are animals that molt, lose their outer skin as they grow. This is the ancestor of roundworms and arthropods, which includes insects and crustaceans, also known as shellfish. The protostomes Lophotrochozoa evolve. Ancestor of rotifers, phoronids, brachiopods, entoprocs, bryozoans, platyhelminthes, gastrotrix, nemertia, mollusks, and annelids. The first fish evolves. The earliest extant fish, the chordates lancelets, also called amphioxus. This is also the first liver and kidney. The lancelet is different from a worm in not being cylindrical and swims like a fish using its muscles with side-to-side undulations. Lancelets are not vertebrates. They have only a nerve tube on the notochord and no brain other than a small swelling at the front end of the nerve tube. The gill slits of lancelets are primarily for filter feeding. Gas exchange, the absorption of oxygen and emission of carbon dioxide, mostly occurs across the external body surface. Lancelets have no heart, and blood is pumped around the body by contractions of the blood vessels. The ecdysozoa Aschelminthes evolves, the ancestor of the worms nematodes and priapulids. The Lophotrochozoa phylum Brachiopoda evolves, the brachiopods. The brachiopods are marine invertebrates that have bivalve dorsal and ventral shells enclosing a pair of tentacled, arm-like structures that are used to sweep minute food particles into their mouth. Segmentation evolves. Body parts are repeated serially. The end of the Precambrian. The end of the Proterozoic and start of the Phanerozoic eon. The end of the Neoproterozoic and start of the Paleozoic era, and the end of the Ediacaran and start of the Cambrian period. The Cambrian radiation, or Cambrian explosion, the rapid diversification of multicellular animals between 542 and 530 million years ago that results in the appearance of many between 20 and 35 of the major phyla of animals. An increase of animals with shells. The Cambrian metazoan radiation may be the result of a major increase in atmospheric oxygen and animal predation. The Lophotrochozoa phylum Platyhelminthes evolves. Flatworms. Platyhelminthes, which is Greek for flatworms, include free-living and parasitic acoelomate worms, worms with no coelom. They can reproduce sexually and also asexually by transverse fission, splitting in half. The protist phylum Radiolaria evolves. Radiolarians are protists found in the upper layers of all oceans, are mostly spherically symmetrical and known for their complex and beautiful tiny skeletons called tests, which are usually made of silica. The protist phylum Foraminifera evolves. Foraminifera are unicellular protists characterized by long, fine pseudopods that extend from a cytoplasmic body encased within a test or shell. The Lophotrochozoa phylum Nemertea evolves. Ribbon worms. Nemertea are unsegmented worms with a coelom that live in marine, freshwater, and terrestrial environments. The Ecdysozoa phylum Tardigrada evolves. Tardigrades. Tardigrades are slow-moving microscopic invertebrates that live in water or damp moss with 4 body segments and 8 legs. The Ecdysozoa phylum Onychophora evolves. Onychophorans are a transition between worms and arthropods. They have segmented worm-like bodies, but they also have jointed appendages, antennae, and shed their cuticle like arthropods do. The first heart evolves in bilaterians. Muscles for pumping blood and for maintaining adequate blood pressure can be divided into 3 groups. Contractile blood vessels, found in Nemerteans and annelids, osteate hearts, found in arthropods, and chambered hearts, found in mollusks and vertebrates. The Lophotrochozoa phylum Mollusca evolves. Mollusks. The phylum Mollusca is the second largest animal phylum after the arthropods and is divided into 7 classes, 3 of which, Gastropoda, snails, Bivalvia, clams and mussels, and Cephalopoda, squids and octopuses, are of major importance. Early Cambrian mollusk fossils show the segmentation of the mollusk worm-like ancestor and have individual plates, which imply that the mollusk shell fused together over the course of millions of years. The Lophotrochozoa phylum Annelida evolves. Segmented worms. Annelids are various worms or worm-like animals characterized by an elongated cylindrical segmented body and includes the earthworm and leech. The Ecdysozoa phylum Arthropoda evolves. The arthropods. Arthropods can be compared to a segmented worm encased in a rigid exoskeleton. The phylum Arthropoda is the largest phylum in the animal kingdom. Arthropods include the trilobites, the crustaceans, shrimps, crabs, and lobsters, the myriapoda, centipedes and millipedes, the chelicerata, arachnids and horseshoe crabs, and the insects. All arthropods have a segmented body covered by an exoskeleton containing chitin, which serves as both armor and as a surface for muscle attachment. The chordata vertebrates evolve. This subphylum Vertebrata contains most fishes and all amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and birds. The characteristic features of the vertebrata are a vertebral column or backbone and a cranium, which protect the central nervous system, brain and spinal cord, and major sense organs. This earliest vertebrate skeleton is made completely of cartilage. The extinct vertebrates, the conodonts, evolve. Conodonts have no lower jaw but have calcified teeth positioned under well-developed eyes. The vertebrates, jawless fishes, evolve. Agnatha. The earliest extant jawless fishes, the hagfishes, evolve now. Hagfishes are eel-like scavengers. The arthropod subphylum Chelicerata evolves. 8 legs, ancestor of the horseshoe crabs, sea spiders, and the arachnids, mites, spiders, and scorpions. The earliest color vision evolves in arthropods. Vertebrates with color vision include some fishes and amphibians, many reptiles, and all birds, but only a few mammals, humans, and some other higher primates can see in color. The deuterostome phylum Echinodermata evolves. The echinoderms, the ancestor of the sea cucumbers, sea urchins, sand dollars, and starfishes. The arthropods trilobites evolve. Trilobites have a segmented body that is divided into 3 vertical lobes. There is a transition from the soft-bodied organisms to the clam-like shell organisms to the segmented calcite and chitin shells of the trilobites. Horseshoe crabs may descend from trilobites. The arthropods crustaceans evolve, the ancestor of all shrimps, crabs, lobsters, and barnacles. The arthropods myriapoda evolve, the ancestor of all centipedes and millipedes. The end of the Cambrian and start of the Ordovician period. The Ordovician radiation. During the Ordovician, the number of genera will quadruple. The extinct jawless fishes ostracoderms evolve. The ostracoderms are the first vertebrates to have paired appendages, an inner ear with 2 semicircular canals, and bone, although almost exclusively in the outer exoskeleton. The non-vascular plants evolve. Bryophyta, the ancestor of the liverworts, hornworts, and mosses. The bryophytes are the simplest land plants and reproduce with spores. Most are 2 to 5 centimeters or 1 to 2 inches tall and extremely tolerant of dry and freezing conditions. Plants live on land. The earliest fossil spores belonging to land plants. Plants conquer land before animals do, and like animals may move to land not by sea but by fresh water. The first animals live on land, the arthropods myriapoda, centipedes and millipedes. The non-vascular plants hornworts evolve. The jawless fishes lampreys evolve. The non-vascular plants mosses evolve. Jawed vertebrates evolve, Gnathostomata. This large group includes all jawed fishes, amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and birds. The first vertebrate teeth. Jawed fishes have a skeleton made completely of cartilage. Only the teeth become ossified when mineral crystals, mostly calcium phosphate, become integrated into them. The jaw evolves from parts of the gill skeleton. The jawed fishes class Chondrichthyes evolves, cartilaginous fishes, ancestor of all sharks, rays, skates, and sawfishes. The earliest fungi on land, the ancestor of all terrestrial fungi, the Glomeromycota, Ascomycota, and Basidiomycota. The fungi phylum Glomeromycota evolves, arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. The Glomeromycota are mutualistic symbionts that form a close association intracellularly between the fungus and the roots of plants. The end Ordovician mass extinction. This is caused by an ice age. This is the first of 5 mass extinctions in the Phanerozoic. The end of the Ordovician and the start of the Silurian period. The vascular plants evolve, the phylum Tracheophyta. Vascular plants have a specialized conducting system consisting mostly of phloem, food-conducting tissue, and xylem, water-conducting tissue, collectively called vascular tissue. The phloem transports sugar and the xylem transports water and salts. Ferns, gymnosperms, and flowering plants are all vascular plants. In contrast to the non-vascular bryophytes, where the gametophyte is the dominant phase among vascular plants is the sporophyte. Because they have vascular tissues, these plants have true stems, leaves, and roots. The jawed fishes class Osteichthyes evolves. Bony fishes, the ancestor of the ray-finned, lobe-fin, and lungfishes. Bony fishes have a skeleton that is at least partly ossified or made of bone. The bony fishes are the ancestor of the tetrapods who will ultimately move onto land. The earliest bony fishes are the ray-finned fishes. The name ray is because their fins have a skeleton similar to a handheld fan. Most of the ray-finned fishes are known as teleosts, a very successful evolutionary line that exists in both salt and freshwater. The first lung evolves from the swim bladder in ray-finned fishes. Some teleosts still use their swim bladder for breathing out of water. Fishes that breathe with a lung evolve breathing through a completely different route than fishes that breathe air through their gill chamber. The jawed fishes, lobe-fin fishes evolve. Lobe-fin fishes have a fleshy lobe at the base of each fin. The earliest extant lobe-fin fishes, the coelacanths, evolve now. The arthropod superclass Hexapoda evolves. Arthropods with 6 legs, 3 pairs, the ancestor of all insects. The closest relative of the hexapods is most likely the Branchiopoda, the brine shrimps. The Chelicerata class Arachnida evolves. The arachnids, the ancestor of all scorpions, spiders, mites, and ticks. The lobe-fin fishes, lungfishes evolve. The end of the Silurian and start of the Devonian period. The hexapod class Insecta evolves. The insects. The insects are the most diverse organisms known, having nearly 1 million named species, which is over half of all named species on Earth. The most primitive living insect order, Archaeonatha, the bristletails, evolves now. The insect order Zygentoma evolves. Silverfish. The largest fungi phylum Ascomycota evolves. The ancestor of yeasts, truffles, penicillium, and morels. The Ascomycota account for approximately 75% of all described fungi. The vascular plants ferns evolve. The ancestor of club mosses, ferns, and horsetails. Ferns are flowerless, seedless, vascular plants that have roots, stems, and fronds, the leaf-like part of a fern, and reproduce by spores. The cartilaginous fish's subclass Elasmobranchii evolves. The ancestor of sharks, dogfishes, skates, and rays. The green algae charophytes evolve. Stoneworts. The earliest fungi lichen. A lichen is a fungus, usually of the class Ascomycetes, that grows symbiotically with algae and cyanobacteria, resulting in a composite organism that characteristically forms a crust-like or branching growth on rocks or tree trunks. Lichens have a planet-wide distribution and thrive in some of the Earth's harshest environments, such as polar regions, deserts, and high mountains. The cartilaginous fish's infraclass Selachii evolves. The ancestor of all sharks includes great white, hammerhead, mako, tiger, and nurse sharks. The cartilaginous fish's subclass Holocephali evolves. The ancestor of the chimeras, also called rabbitfishes or ratfishes. The arachnids, spiders, evolve. The first forests, the earliest large tree fossils. The first progymnosperms, tree-like plants like Archaeopteris. The first flying animal, an arthropod insect. The ancestor of all winged insects, Pterygota. The earliest extant winged insects are the Ephemeroptera, mayflies, and the Odonata, dragonflies and damselflies. Insect wings evolve only once, and all winged insects descend from the first winged insect. The development of wings may have helped early insects to escape predators and to move over larger distances to find new habitats. The jawed fish's superclass Tetrapoda evolves. The first tetrapods, vertebrates with 4 feet, evolve in freshwater. These are the first vertebrate limbs, arms and legs, and fingers. This is also the first amphibian, the ancestor of caecilians, frogs, toads, and salamanders. The late Devonian mass extinction, caused by an ice age. 70% of all species go extinct. This includes 3 of 5 trilobite orders, 90% of brachiopod genera, and a major loss of reefs. The first vertebrates live on land, an amphibian. The second largest fungi phylum Basidiomycota evolves. The ancestor of many mushrooms, button, chanterelle, crimini, inaki, fly agaric, oyster, porcino, portabella, psilocybe, puffball, shiitake, wood ear, rusts, and club fungi. The Basidiomycota phylum contains 37% of the described species of fungi, and all produce basidia, which are the cells on which sexual spores are produced. The Neoptera, folding wing insects, evolve. A mechanism to fold the wings against the body after landing has a selective advantage by making the wings less conspicuous, awkward, and susceptible to breakage. The Neoptera are a very successful lineage and are the ancestors of all higher orders of insects. The end of the Devonian and start of the Carboniferous period. The first seed plant evolves, the ancestor of all seed plants. The earliest fossil seed is from a seed fern, pteridosperm. Fossils indicate that the first seed evolves from an enclosing ring of vegetative lobes that fuse together. A seed can be described as an integumented megasporangium. In the most primitive vascular plants, the spores are all the same size, but eventually gender evolves, producing small male microspores and larger female megaspores. Then individual female megaspores are enclosed by a ring of vegetative lobes which form an integument or cover. Hearing in amphibians adapts to sounds transmitted through the air. This is the beginning of vertebrates making vocal sounds. The ray-finned fishes, sturgeons, and paddlefish evolve. The Neoptera dictyoptera evolve, the ancestor of cockroaches, termites, and mantises. The first hard-shell egg, the tetrapods amniota, evolve, the ancestor of all reptiles, mammals, and birds, and the first hard-shell egg. The hard-shell egg is waterproof. This is the start of vertebrate internal fertilization because on land the egg cannot be fertilized as most fishes and amphibians do by a male swimming near the eggs and spraying them with sperm. Amniote males and females must copulate so that the sperm can reach the eggs inside the female. All living amniotes lay hard-shelled eggs except most mammals and some snakes and lizards where egg-laying has been replaced by live birth. The eggshell of amniotes may be flexible like the eggs of many turtles and lizards, or mineralized and hard like the eggs of birds, crocodiles, and many tortoises. The amniota divide into the Sauropsida and the Synapsida. The Sauropsids have 2 major lineages, the Parareptilia, turtles, and the Eureptilia, dinosaurs, crocodiles, and birds. The Synapsids also have 2 major lineages, the Pelycosaurs, which are sail-backed amniotes, and the Therapsids, which are mammal-like amniotes. The Synapsids Pelycosauria evolve, the ancestor of Edaphosaurus and Dimetrodon. The most notable feature in some species of pelycosaur is a broad sail along the back. The earliest extant amphibians, caecilians, evolve. The seed plants gymnosperms evolve. Gymnosperms are the most primitive extant seed plants and ancestor of all cycads, ginkgos, and the conifers. The most primitive extant gymnosperms, the cycads, evolve now. Gymnosperm is Greek for naked seed. A gymnosperm reproduces by a seed that is in direct contact with the environment, as opposed to an angiosperm, a flowering plant whose seeds are enclosed by mature ovaries or fruits. The Neoptera order Orthoptera evolves. The ancestor of crickets, grasshoppers, locusts, and walking sticks. The sauropsid class Reptilia evolves. The reptiles, the ancestor of all turtles, crocodiles, pterosaurs, dinosaurs, and birds. The class Reptilia is a group of air-breathing vertebrates that have internal fertilization and scales covering part or all of their body. All reptiles are cold-blooded except for birds, and possibly some or all pterosaurs and dinosaurs. The gymnosperms Pinophyta evolve. The ancestor of the conifers includes pine, fir, spruce, redwood, cedar, juniper, hemlock, larch, yew, and cypress. The Neoptera Paraneoptera evolve. The ancestor of bark lice, true lice, thrips, and the Hemiptera. The Hemiptera have mouthparts adapted for piercing and sucking and include cicadas, aphids, and true bugs such as bedbugs and stink bugs. The Neoptera Holometabla evolve. Holometabolous insects. Insects that undergo complete metamorphosis. The ancestor of beetles, bees, true flies, and butterflies. The holometabolous insects account for nearly 85% of all insects. The holometabla are insects that have complete metamorphosis or holometabolous development. Unlike hemimetabolous insects, in which the immature structures, legs, eyes, antennae, etc., must also serve the adults, holometabolous insects have a morphologically reduced larval stage and acquire a completely new body during the pupal stage. The amphibians Anura evolve. The ancestor of all frogs and toads. The Stromonopoles Chrysophyta evolve. Golden algae. The end of the Carboniferous and start of the Permian period. The Holometabla order Coleoptera evolves. The ancestor of the beetles. Coleoptera is the largest order of all organisms known, containing 350,000 named species, 40% of all the insects. Well-known beetles include ladybugs, fireflies, dung beetles, Japanese beetles, weevils, and scarabs. Gymnosperms, ginkgos. The Holometabla order Hymenoptera evolves. The ancestor of all bees, ants, and wasps. The synapsid therapsids evolve. Cynodonts. The therapsids evolved from pelycosaurs and largely replaced them for a time as the dominant terrestrial vertebrates. The legs of therapsids are more directly positioned under the weight of their body, which results in a more efficient mode of movement. The Stromonopoles Phaeophyta evolve. The ancestor of all brown algae includes many seaweeds like the giant kelps. Note that brown algae are not plants, but are protists. The Stromonopoles diatoms evolve. Diatoms are microscopic unicellular or colonial algae having cell walls of silica consisting of two interlocking symmetrical valves. The earliest endothermic or warm-blooded and hair-growing animal, a therapsid. Endothermy is the physiological maintenance by a body of a constant temperature independent of the external environmental temperature. Hair for insulation is correlated to endothermy. Both birds and mammals are endothermic, also called warm-blooded, as opposed to other vertebrates like amphibians and crocodiles, which are ectothermic or cold-blooded and cannot internally generate heat. Endothermy allows birds and mammals to maintain a high and relatively constant body temperature even at rest during a wide range of external environmental conditions. The Holometabla order Diptera evolves. True flies, having a single pair of wings. The ancestor of the mosquito, gnat, deerfly, horsefly, fruit fly, Drosophila, and housefly. The largest mass extinction of history, the end Permian mass extinction. 82% of all genera are observed extinct. The Permian-Triassic extinction event is the Earth's most severe extinction event, with up to 96% of all marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species becoming extinct. It is the only known mass extinction of insects. The end of the Paleozoic and start of the Mesozoic era, and the end of the Permian and start of the Triassic period. The supercontinent Pangaea forms. The gymnosperms Natales evolve, thought to be the closest living gymnosperm relatives of the angiosperms. The protist phylum Haptophyta evolves, the coccolithophores. Most haptophytes are coccolithophores, unicellular flagellated marine protists with calcified plates or coccoliths embedded in their cell walls. The reptiles Dinosaurs evolve. Dinosaurs divide into two major lines, the ornithischians, bird-hipped dinosaurs, and the saurischians, lizard-hipped dinosaurs. The Saurischian dinosaurs split into two major lines, the Sauropodomorpha and the Theropoda. The Sauropodomorphs are divided into prosauropods, and sauropods are mostly plant-eating and include the large, long-necked dinosaurs like Apatosaurus. The theropod dinosaurs are bipedal and carnivorous and include Allosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, and Velociraptor. All birds descend from a theropod ancestor. The synapsids mammals evolve. The first mammary gland. Mammals are warm-blooded vertebrates that have 4 limbs, except for some aquatic species. The female has mammary glands, which secrete milk for the nourishment of the young after birth. In the majority of mammals, the body is partially or entirely covered with hair. The ray-finned fishes, teleost fishes, evolve. Teleosts are a large group of fishes with bony skeletons, including most common fishes. The most primitive extant reptiles, the testudines, evolve, the ancestor of all turtles, tortoises, and terrapins. The turtle shell evolves from broadened ribs. The reptiles, tuataras, evolve. The first flying vertebrate, the reptiles pterosaurs, evolve. Flight in pterosaurs, birds, and bats evolves independently. Pterosaurs actively fly, contracting their wing muscles to flap, as opposed to only glide. The reptiles iguania evolve, the ancestor of iguanas, chameleons, and spiny lizards. The reptiles scleroglossa evolve, the ancestor of snakes, skinks, and geckos. The earliest extant teleosts, bony tongues, evolve. The end Triassic mass extinction. 53% of all genera are observed extinct. Many terrestrial vertebrates and large amphibians go extinct. The end of the Triassic and start of the Jurassic period. The ornithischians Thyreophora evolve, the ancestor of the armored ankylosaurs and the plated stegosaurs. Wasps evolve. The teleosts eels and tarpons evolve. The reptiles Crocodilia evolve, the ancestor of crocodiles, alligators, and caimans. The Saurischian sauropods evolve, the ancestor of the large, long-necked dinosaurs like Apatosaurus, Brachiosaurus, and Diplodocus. The ornithischian ornithopoda evolve, the duck-billed dinosaurs, ancestor of the hadrosaurs. The teleosts herrings and anchovies evolve. The supercontinent Pangaea splits into Laurasia and Gondwana. The northern part, Laurasia, will form North America and Europe. The southern part, Gondwana, will form South America and Africa. The holometabula order Lepidoptera evolves, the ancestor of moths, butterflies, and caterpillars. The earliest extant mammals, the mammal order Monotremata, evolves, the monotremes. Monotremes are an order of primitive egg-laying mammals restricted to Australia, Tasmania, and New Guinea. The monotremes consist of only the platypus and 2 species of echidna. Monotreme means single hole in Greek. Like birds and reptiles, monotremes have a single opening, the cloaca, for the passage of liquid and solid wastes, the transfer of sperm, and in the female, the laying of eggs. After hatching, young cling to the belly of the mother. Monotremes have no nipples, but milk is secreted for the young by mammary glands on the belly of the mother through openings in the mother's skin. Monotremes are also the most primitive extant warm-blooded and hair-growing species. The teleosts carp, minnows, and piranhas evolve. The teleosts salmon, trout, and pike evolve. The amphibians salamanders evolve. Salamanders are able to regenerate a lost limb or tail by cells in the damaged area changing back to slightly less mature versions. The cartilaginous fishes Batoidea evolve, the ancestor of all rays, skates, and sawfishes. Stegosaurus, an armored plant-eating thyreophoran dinosaur, lives around this time. The teleosts lightfish and dragonfish evolve. Lightfish are characterized by luminescent organs on the undersides of their body. The theropods birds evolve. The first feather. Fossils of theropod dinosaurs from China indicate that feathers may have originally evolved on non-flying reptiles for insulation or courting and not for flight. At least one known feathered dinosaur can probably glide, which suggests that flapping flight evolves as an extension of gliding from trees. Birds have highly developed color vision. The seed plants angiosperms evolve, the first flowering plant. Almost all grains, beans, nuts, fruits, vegetables, herbs, and spices come from plants with flowers. Much of our clothing comes from flowering plants too. For example, cotton and linen are made from fibers of flowering plants, as are rope and burlap. Many commercial dyes and drugs also come from flowering plants. Angiosperms represent approximately 80% of all the known green plants now living. The angiosperms are vascular seed plants in which the ovule or egg is fertilized and develops into a seed in an enclosed hollow ovary. The ovary is usually enclosed in a flower, the part of the angiosperm that contains the male or female reproductive organs or both. The fruit is the ovary of a plant which encloses seeds. The end of the Jurassic and start of the Cretaceous period. The earliest extant angiosperm, Ambarella. The angiosperms nymphaeales evolve. The water lilies. The ornithischian ceratopsian dinosaurs evolve. The ancestor of Triceratops. Ceratopsian dinosaurs are plant-eating dinosaurs. Later ceratopsians have massive heads armed with a sharp beak, long horns, and a large sheet of bone that grows from the back of the skull. The mammals marsupials evolve. The first nipple and breast. Marsupium means pouch in Latin. Marsupials are born as tiny embryos and crawl through their mother's fur into the pouch where they clamp their mouths to a nipple. The other main group of mammals are called placentals because they feed their embryos using a placenta, which allows the baby to be born much later. The pouch is like an external womb. The birds Enantiornithes evolve. The angiosperms magnoliids evolve, the ancestor of nutmeg, avocado, sassafras, cinnamon, black and white pepper, camphor, bay or laurel tree, and magnolia. The angiosperms eudicots evolve, the largest lineage of flowers. The two main groups of the eudicots are the rosids and the asterids. Eudicots are also called tricolpates, which refers to the structure of the pollen. The birds Hesper ornithiformes evolve. The teleosts perch, seahorses, flying fish, pufferfish, and barracuda evolve. The teleosts cod and anglerfish evolve. The mammals Eutheria evolve. Placental mammals. The Eutheria are mammals that have a placenta. The placenta is an organ that forms in the uterus to aid in the exchange of food and wastes between the blood of the mother and the fetus through an umbilical cord. Placental mammals include all living mammals except marsupials and monotremes. The placenta allows for a longer developmental period within the womb, which may give the placentals a selective advantage. The bird beak evolves. The birds Neornithes evolve. Modern birds, the most recent common ancestor of all extant birds. Bees evolve. Ants evolve. The angiosperms monocotyledons or monocots evolve, flowering plants that have a single cotyledon or seed leaf in the embryo. Monocots are the second largest lineage of flowers after the eudicots and include lilies, palms, orchids, and grasses. The two main orders of monocots are base monocots and camelinids. The basal eudicots evolve, the ancestor of the buttercup, clematis, poppy, macadamia, lotus, and sycamore. The core eudicots evolve, the ancestor of the cactus, caper, buckwheat, rhubarb, Venus flytrap, Old World pitcher plants, beet, quinoa, spinach, and grape plants. The Eutheria superorder Afrotheria evolves, the ancestor of all elephants, manatees, and aardvarks. Afrotheres originate in Africa and are the earliest extant placental mammals. The birds Ratites evolve, the ancestor of the ostrich, emu, cassowary, and kiwi. The Eutheria superorder Xanarthra evolves in South America. The Xenarthrens, the ancestor of sloths, anteaters, and armadillos. The angiosperms Rosids evolve. Basal rosids include the pomegranate, clove, guava, allspice, and eucalyptus. The rosids order Fabales evolves, the ancestor of beans, pea, peanut, soy, and lentil. The monocots base monocots evolve, the ancestor of vanilla, orchid, asparagus, onion, garlic, agave, aloe, and lily. The monocots camelinids evolve, the ancestor of palms, coconut, corn, rice, barley, oat, wheat, rye, sugarcane, bamboo, grass, pineapple, papyrus, turmeric, banana, and ginger. The basal asterids order Ericales evolves, the ancestor of the kiwi fruit, ebony, persimmon, blueberry, cranberry, Brazil nut, New World pitcher plant, and tea. The asterids order Apiales evolves, the ancestor of dill, celery, cilantro, carrot, parsnip, fennel, parsley, and ivy. The asterids order Asterales evolves, the ancestor of tarragon, daisy, artichoke, sunflower, lettuce, and dandelion. The rosids order Malpighiales evolves, the ancestor of coca, rubber tree, cassava, poinsettia, willow, poplar, and aspen. The rosids order Brassicales evolves, the ancestor of horseradish, mustard, cabbage, broccoli, radish, and papaya. The rosids order Rosales evolves, the ancestor of hemp, hop, jackfruit, fig, strawberry, rose, raspberry, apple, pear, plum, cherry, peach, and almond. The asterids order Gentianales evolves, the ancestor of oleander and coffee. The asterids order Solanales evolves, the ancestor of bell pepper, tomato, tobacco, potato, and eggplant. The rosids order Cucurbitales evolves, the ancestor of melon, cucumber, pumpkin, squash, and zucchini. The rosids order Fagales evolves, the ancestor of many flowers that produce edible nuts. For example, birch, hazel, chestnut, beech, oak, walnut, pecan, and hickory. The bird order Galliformes evolves, the ancestor of the chicken, turkey, pheasant, peacock, and quail. The bird order Anseriformes evolves, the ancestor of ducks, geese, and swans. The Eutheria superorder Laurasiatheres evolves. The Laurasiatheres are a major line of placental mammals that originate in the northern continent Laurasia. The Eutheria superorder Euarchontoglires evolves, the ancestor of all rabbits, rodents, tree shrews, colugos, and the primates. The Rocky Mountains start to form. The Rosids order Malvales evolves, the ancestor of okra, marshmallow, durian, cotton, balsa, and cacao. The Rosids order Sapindales evolves, the ancestor of the maple, lychee, mahogany, cashew, mango, pistachio, and the citrus trees, orange, lemon, and grapefruit. The ornithopods hadrosaurs evolve, the duck-billed dinosaurs. The Laurasiatheres order Insectivora evolves, the ancestor of shrews, moles, and hedgehogs. The theropods Dromaeosaurs evolve, raptors. The earliest extant marsupials, the order Didelphimorphia evolves, New World opossums. The Afrotheres aardvarks evolve. The asterids order Lamiales evolves, the ancestor of many spices. Mint, basil, marjoram, oregano, rosemary, sage, savory, thyme, teak, sesame, olive, ash, lilac, and jasmine. The marsupials bandicoots and bilbies evolve in Australia. Two of the largest meat-eating dinosaurs known are common, both theropods. Tyrannosaurus rex is the top predator in North America, and Giganotosaurus is the top predator in South America. The Thyreophorine ankylosaurs evolve, the shieldback and or clubbed tail dinosaurs, the most heavily armored land animals known. The marine reptiles mosasaurs evolve. The bird order Podicipediformes evolves, grebes. The Euarchontoglires order Lagomorpha evolves, the ancestor of rabbits, hares, and pikas. Rabbits, like rodents, also have very prominent gnawing teeth at the front. The Euarchontoglires, tree shrews, and colugos evolve. The largest pterosaur and largest flying animal ever known, Quetzalcoatlus evolves. Quetzalcoatlus has a wingspan of 12 meters or 40 feet. The end Cretaceous mass extinction. 47% of all genera are observed extinct. Made extinct are 60% of plant species and all dinosaurs, mosasaurs, pterosaurs, plesiosaurs, and pliosaurs. A comet or meteor collides with the Earth in what is now the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, and huge amounts of lava erupt from India. No large animals survive on land, in the air, or in the sea. The end of the Mesozoic and start of the Cenozoic era, and the end of the Cretaceous and start of the Tertiary period. The start of the rapid diversification of mammals. The bird order Gruiformes evolves, the ancestor of cranes, rails, and bustards. Marsupial moles evolve. The marsupials Tasmanian devil and numbat evolve. The marsupial order Diprotodontia evolves, the ancestor of wombats, kangaroos, possums, and koalas. The Euarchontoglires order Rodentia evolves, rodents. The rodents Myomorpha evolve, the ancestor of rats, mice, gerbils, foals, lemmings, and hamsters. The Euarchontoglires order primates evolve, most likely in Africa or the Indian subcontinent. The first opposable thumb. The primates contain more than 300 species, including monkeys, apes, and humans. The bird order Strigiformes evolves, owls. The Laurasiatheres order Carnivora evolves, the ancestor of cats, dogs, bears, weasels, hyenas, seals, and walruses. The primates Tarsiers evolve. The bird order Apodiformes evolves, the ancestor of hummingbirds and swifts. The bird order Pisciformes evolves, the ancestor of woodpeckers and toucans. The bird order Passeriformes evolves, perching songbirds. This order includes many common birds, for example crows, jays, sparrows, warblers, mockingbirds, wrens, robins, orioles, bluebirds, vireos, larks, swallows, and finches. More than half of all species of birds are passerines. The Afrotheres order Proboscidea evolves, the ancestor of mammoths, mastodons, and elephants. The Afrotheres manatee and dugong evolve. The Laurasiatheres Cetartiodactyla evolve, the ancestor of all Artiodactyla, also called even-toed ungulates, camels, pigs, ruminants, includes deer, giraffe, cattle, sheep, and antelope, hippos, and all cetacea, whales and dolphins. Hippos are the closest living land relatives of the whales and dolphins. The Laurasiatheres Perissodactyla evolve. also called odd-toed ungulates, the ancestor of all horses, tapirs, and rhinos. The rodents beavers. The rodents dormouse, mountain beaver, squirrel, and marmot evolve. The bird order Psittaciformes evolves. Parrots. Horses evolve. The ruminants giraffes evolve. The last common ancestor between hippos with dolphins and whales. The earliest marine mammal and earliest whale, Himaliocetus. The Laurasia theories order Chiroptera evolves. The ancestor of fruit bats and echolocating bats. The rodents Old World porcupines evolve. The Himalayan mountains start to form. The early whale Ambulocetus evolves. The first camels. The first rhinos. The bird order Falconiformes evolves. The ancestor of falcons, hawks, eagles, and Old World vultures. The rodents New World porcupines, guinea pigs, agoutis, and capybaras evolve. The primates New World monkeys evolve. The ancestor of the sakis, spider, howler, and squirrel monkeys, capuchins, and tamarins. The ancestor of all New World monkeys probably originates in Africa, but all surviving descendants now live in the Americas, which suggests that a small group of New World monkeys got across the early Atlantic Ocean to South America, perhaps by rafting on fallen trees over a chain of islands. Dogs evolve. The bird order Cuculiformes evolves, the ancestor of cuckoos and roadrunners. The Xenarthrens ground sloths evolve. Toothed and baleen whale lines split. Toothed whales include dolphins, sperm, and killer whales. Baleen whales include blue, humpback, and gray whales. Cats evolve. The primates true lemurs evolve. The first pigs evolve. The primates Old World monkeys evolve. The ancestor of the macaques, baboons, mandrills, proboscis, and colobus monkeys. This is also the last common ancestor of the Old World monkeys and the hominoids, which includes apes and humans. The first deer evolves. The ancestor of all hominoids, gibbons and hominids, loses its tail. The monotreme echidna evolves. The monotreme duck-billed platypus evolves. The hominoid proconsul evolves in East Africa. The ancestor of all hominids may move over land from Africa into Eurasia. The hominoids gibbons evolve in Southeast Asia. The first kangaroos evolve. The first bovids evolve, hollow-horned ruminants, oxen, antelopes, sheep, cattle, and goats. The earliest extant hominids, orangutans, evolve in Southeast Asia. The ancestor of all gorillas, chimpanzees, and archaic humans may move over land from Eurasia back into Africa. The hominids gorillas evolve in Africa. The hominids chimpanzees evolve in Africa. This is the last common ancestor of chimpanzees and humans. The hominid Ardipithecus evolves, the earliest bipedal primate. Hominids walking upright on two legs away from a life in the trees may signal that they have become the top of the food chain on land as the result of using weapons. The hominid Australopithecus evolves. Hominids use stones as tools. Some may view the use of stones as tools by hominids as the start of science on Earth. North and South America connect. The hominid Paranthropus evolves, a line of extinct early bipedal hominids. The oldest formed stone tools, the start of the Paleolithic or Old Stone Age. The first humans, the hominid Homo habilis evolves, the earliest member of the genus Homo. This is when the human brain begins to get bigger. The hominids bonobos evolve, the end of the Tertiary and start of the Quaternary period. Homo erectus evolves in Africa. Homo erectus moves into Eurasia from Africa. The controlled use of fire by hominids. Controlled fires may be made first by Australopithecus or Homo erectus. Homo erectus evolves far less body hair except on the head, face, armpit, chest, and groin. Homo erectus reaches China. Humans wear clothing. The earliest evidence of spears. There are 1 million humans on Earth, all hunter-gathering people. Homo sapiens evolve in Africa. The oldest Homo sapiens fossils are from Ethiopia. The human language of 30 short sounds begins to develop. All words are single syllable. This is the beginning of the transition from the verbal language of chimpanzees and monkeys to the language humans use now, which has shorter sound duration and a larger number of sounds. The majority of the 40 or so basic sounds in human language, a, b, k, d, e, etc., are probably learned before humans leave Africa, because although words vary, all humans use the same base sounds. Humans start to name objects and actions. Homo neanderthalensis evolves in Europe and Western Asia. The start of the worm glaciation, which connects a land bridge between Asia and America. Homo sapiens move out of Africa into Eurasia. This is the beginning of differences in race within the human species. The oldest Homo sapiens skull outside of Africa, in Israel. The earliest human burial, Skull Cave in Israel. The theory that the universe is controlled by gods. The explanation that many phenomena in the universe are controlled by objects with human and animal bodies that have supernatural powers is one of the earliest theories that tries to explain how the universe works. Humans use a bow and arrows and poison arrowheads. Homo erectus goes extinct. The start of the mass extinction of large animals due in part to human impact. Earliest water ship, Sapiens reach Australia from Southeast Asia. The earliest known mine, Lion Cave in Swaziland, Africa, mined for the iron mineral hematite, which is ground to produce the red pigment ochre. The earliest sapiens fossils in Europe, Romania. The earliest oil lamp. The earliest known human-made painting, a cave painting made by using a blowing technique in Spain. The earliest musical instrument, a flute, made from the wing bone of a vulture. Humans catch fish. Sapiens reach China. The oldest known sculpture of the human form, a statue made from mammoth ivory. Humans weave textiles from flax and use coloring dyes. Humans raise dogs. The earliest ceramic objects, the Venus figurines. The Neanderthals go extinct. The earliest fired clay, clay dried and hardened by fire. Woven baskets. The earliest human-made structure, a stone wall. The earliest fishing hooks. Cereal gathering. The earliest pottery. The earliest rope. There are 10 million humans on Earth, all hunter-gathering people. The earliest known map. Lime cement is used as an adhesive on small stone tools, microliths, from northern Sinai. Sapiens reach America, the oldest human bones in America. Humans transform from hunting and gathering to agriculture, from a migratory to a sedentary life, building the first cities. The end of the Pleistocene and start of the Holocene epoch. This is the end of the last ice age. The start of the Neolithic or New Stone Age in the Fertile Crescent, a region of the Middle East arching from the Nile Valley to the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Humans shape metal objects. Copper is the first metal shaped by humans. The oldest city, Jericho. The oldest saddle quern, a flat stone and rounded stone used to grind grain into flour. Goats are kept, fed, milked, and killed for food. The earliest stone buildings and temple in Turkey. The earliest settlement in China. Rye is grown in modern Syria. The domestication of plants is thought to have originated in the Fertile Crescent. The earliest settlement in Mesopotamia. Flax is grown. Flax is an oil and fiber crop. Sheep are raised for wool, skins, meat, and dung, which is used for fuel. Pigs are raised and killed for food. Clay tokens of various geometrical shapes that represent products are used in Mesopotamia. Cows are raised for milk, for meat, and eventually for plowing. The earliest flint sickle. A sickle has a semicircular blade and is used for cutting grain or tall grass. Wheat is grown in modern Syria. Common millet is grown in China. Barley is grown in modern Syria. The earliest gypsum cement or plaster. The earliest domesticated plants in America. Squash is grown in Peru. Magar, an Indus Valley city, is founded. The earliest fishing net. Lentils are grown in Israel. Peas are grown in Turkey. The oldest known boat, a dugout boat. The earliest drum. Rice is grown near the Yangtze River in China. Corn is grown in Mexico. The first metal to be smelted and casted, copper. Smelting is separating a metal from its ore by using heat in a reducing or oxidizing material. Casting involves pouring liquid metal into a shaped mold of baked clay, stone, metal, or sand. The earliest reed boats. The sailboat. The first fruit trees. Olives are grown in Israel and Jordan. The earliest settlement in Europe. Provadia Solnitsata in Bulgaria is founded. Winemaking. The earliest sun-dried mud bricks and mud brick house in Mesopotamia. Mud brick dried by the sun is one of the first building materials. The earliest nut crops. Almond trees are grown in the eastern part of the Mediterranean basin. The earliest writing. On clay objects in Mesopotamia. The first numbers. The first stamp or seal. The first writing begins as symbols for numbers on clay bulla, hollow clay containers that hold clay tokens. These symbols represent the quantity and kind of tokens inside the bulla. Markings on clay tokens which represent products like sheep, oil, or metal may lead to the first symbols of the alphabet. Hollow bully and clay tokens are eventually replaced by solid clay tablets with the same impressions. The sundial, the earliest timekeeping device. The length of the shadow indicates the time of day. The earliest plow. Plows are used to break up soil. The earliest irrigation, an artificial supply of water to land for food crops. Donkeys are raised and used for transport. The Egyptian calendar, 12 months of 30 days plus 5 extra days. The earliest known wheel, a pottery wheel in Mesopotamia. Cotton is grown in Peru. Writing on clay tablets. Symbols that represent a product such as cows, sheep, and cereals drawn with a stylus on clay tablets are the earliest record of what will become the modern alphabet. Many of the symbols look like the marked clay tokens that represent actual products and that are replaced by the drawn symbols on clay tablets. This is the first training and industry of scribes, which will ultimately evolve into the modern school system. Writing will be continuously taught eventually in all major civilizations, even through the Dark Ages until now. These tablets contain a record of objects owned or traded and contain no stories. Ox-pulled vehicles with wheels. Cheese making. The earliest record of a belief in gods and goddesses. The earliest stringed musical instrument, the lyre and the harp, in Mesopotamia. Written symbols are combined to form words. There is a transition from word writing to sound writing in Sumerian. The vast majority of Sumerian language is made of one-syllable words. This suggests that all earlier spoken languages contained only single-syllable words. Bronze, copper, and tin are smelted and casted in modern Turkey. The start of the Bronze Age, which varies on different parts of Earth. Bronze is made by smelting together two separate ores, one bearing copper and the other tin. Bronze tools will replace copper tools. Cuneiform writing. Pictures are not drawn with pointed reed, but drawn with a cut reed stem pressed into the wet clay to make wedges. Soldering of metals. Silk making, in China. The earliest dam, built in Egypt to provide a water reservoir. The earliest silver objects. Metal casting, where wax is melted in a clay mold. The first recorded political assembly. The inclined plane, or ramp. The abacus, a counting and calculating device. The earliest bow drill. A bow drill can drill holes and start a fire from friction. The earliest pyramid in Egypt, designed by the earliest known scientist, Imhotep. Musical reed instruments. The earliest metal saw. The earliest arch. Iron is smelted and casted. The start of the Iron Age in Turkey. Scribes change from writing right to left in columns to writing left to right in rows. Skis are used in Scandinavia. The earliest dice and board game. The Babylonians describe constellations. Animal skin, leather, is used for writing. The earliest parchment. The earliest recorded written history. Writing on papyrus. Papyrus sheets are made from the fibrous layers within the stem of the papyrus plant. The Akkadian language, the earliest known Semitic language. The earliest verb tense and noun gender. The first dictionary. The earliest evidence of glass making, glass beads, in Mesopotamia. The earliest written stories. These consist of epics and myths, hymns and laments, proverbs and wisdom. These writings record a belief in gods, goddesses, a heaven, and an underworld. There are clear similarities between the Sumerian and the later Greek stories, for example, stories about the creation of the universe, good and bad deeds of the gods, and of a flood. The Sumerians believe in a variety of gods and goddesses. People of other regions have similar gods and goddesses, but with different names. For example, the Sumerian goddess of love and war, Inanna, is analogous to the Babylonian Ishtar, the Greek Aphrodite, and the Roman Venus. Similarly, the Sumerian sky god, An, is analogous to the Babylonian Anu, the Greek Zeus, and Roman Jupiter. Egyptian scribes reduce Egyptian writing to only 26 signs with no vowels. Citrus trees are grown in China. The earliest musical horn. The earliest health science or medical text, which lists 10 remedies. The first place value number system, a sexagesimal base 60 number system. Fractional values such as 1 over 60 and 1 over 3600 are also in use. This base 60 number system is still in use to measure time and angles. The earliest recorded laws. Humans ride horses. The earliest spoked wheel. Spokes make the wheel lighter in weight. The earliest lock and key. The earliest library catalog. Metal is traded as money in Babylonia. The vegetables leek, garlic, and onion are grown around the Fertile Crescent. The earliest brass, a copper and zinc alloy. The earliest agricultural science text. The earliest mathematical text. The Pythagorean theorem is known in Babylonia, that the sum of the squares of the two legs of a right triangle is equal to the square of the hypotenuse. The first planet, Venus, is recognized in Babylon. The earliest oven-baked mud brick, also called burned brick. The earliest pulley. The Vedas, 4 ancient Indian collections of poems or hymns, originate as an oral tradition before being written down 1,200 years later. The water clock, or clepsydra. The earliest American city, an Olmec city in Veracruz, Mexico. The first letters that represent vowel sounds. The earliest Chinese writing. The earliest evidence of human kissing. Welding of metals using heat and hammering. Monotheism, The theory that only one God exists, by Amenhotep IV, Pharaoh of Egypt. All monotheistic religions may originate from the influence of this earliest recorded monotheism. Two-piece mold metal casting, the earliest written musical notation and musical composition. Shellac is used as plastic, the first steel, in Egypt. Steel is an alloy of iron and carbon with carbon content up to 2%. The Phoenician alphabet, the ancestor of the Greek alphabet. Complex pulleys. The lifting power of a pulley is multiplied by the number of ropes pulling the load. The earliest lens. The Aramaic alphabet, the ancestor of Hebrew, Arabic, and probably the alphabets of India. Consonant letters are used to mark vowel sounds. The earliest Hebrew writing. The monotheistic religion Judaism is founded. The story of Moses. The Greek alphabet. Each vowel is given its own sign. The Indian alphabets of India and Southeast Asia. Eclipses are predicted by Babylonian astronomers. Rome is founded. The earliest aqueduct, a channel to move water from one place to another, near Nineveh. The earliest concrete, lime cement mixed with limestone used in an aqueduct. All planets visible to the naked eye, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, are clearly distinguished from stars in Babylonia. The Etruscan alphabet. Letter names are changed to A, Bay, K, etc. The Old Testament, the Torah, the Hebrew Bible, the Ten Commandments, and the story of Genesis. Metal coin money is traded. The universe is explained without using the theory of gods by Thales of Miletus. Thales claims the universe originated as water, that moonlight is reflected sunlight, and measures a pyramid by comparing the pyramid's shadow with a shadow from a stick. The concept of a devil is created and is first recorded in the Book of Job, written around this time. The earliest Native American writing. The monotheistic religion Zoroastrianism is founded. The Earth-centered universe theory, and the theory that humans evolved from fish. The Earth-centered theory will dominate until the 1500s. The Latin alphabet. The start of Buddhism. The Earth is described as a sphere by Pythagoras. The Chinese philosopher Confucius lives around this time. The crossbow is invented in China. There are 100 million humans on Earth. Babylonian astronomers divide the sky into 12 parts which correspond to constellations, also called the zodiac. That the brain controls the body is understood in the first human dissection. The optic nerve and eustachian tubes are identified. The theory that the sun is a mass of red-hot metal, that people live on the moon, and that the universe is made of tiny bodies, by Anaxagoras. The earliest particle or wireless communication, the optical telegraph using fire signals. The theory that all matter is made of atoms. The theory that the universe is made of only 4 elements: water, air, fire, and earth. Books of Protagoras are burned for doubting the existence of gods. The first recorded trial of a person for atheism, Anaxagoras. The theory that the Earth moves through space. The Metonic calendar, 12 years of 12 months and 7 years of 13 months. The universe is explained as being infinite in size, filled with many other worlds, and the Milky Way is a large group of stars. The motions of atoms are described based on natural laws, not on the wants of gods or demons. A school of health science is founded by Hippocrates. Disease is viewed as a physical phenomenon, not the product of gods or demons. Grafting of plants in Greece. Socrates is sentenced to death, in part for disrespecting the gods. The school of the Academy is founded by Plato in Athens. The word academy will eventually be applied to all schools. The sky is divided into degrees of latitude and longitude, a system that is eventually applied to the Earth. The theory that the Earth rotates around its own axis and that some planets rotate around the Sun. The school called the Lyceum is opened by Aristotle in Athens. Aristotle also adds a 5th element, ether, which the heavens are made of, and puts forward the first theory of gravity. The calendar of Callippus, 76 years of 940 months, which is more accurate than that of Meton. The theory that the moon influences the tides. The theory that pleasure is good and pain is bad. Nerves are distinguished from blood vessels. The liver, ovaries, fallopian tubes, and retina are identified. That falling bodies accelerate is recognized. A lathe is used in Egypt. A workpiece is rotated against a cutting tool. The earliest known use of a chain drive, used in an automatic repeating crossbow. The Museum and Library of Alexandria is founded. Euclid's Elements compiles all known mathematics. Compressed air is used for a catapult and for the earliest musical keyboard instrument, an organ, by Ctesibius in Alexandria. The cerebrum and cerebellum of the brain are identified. A paddle wheel turned by oxen propels a Roman water ship. The earliest lever, a rigid bar pivoted on a support point that can be used to exert a force on an object. The earliest screw, the Archimedes screw, a device for raising water. The concept of density, mass divided by volume, is understood. The rotation of the Earth around its own axis once a day and around the Sun once a year is understood by Aristarchus. The earliest known escapement, a device that controls the rotation of a toothed gear to provide periodic impulses. The ellipse, parabola, and hyperbola are described in Alexandria. The size of Earth is correctly calculated by using the angle of the Sun's shadow and the distance between two cities. The earliest observation of a comet. The earliest evidence of gears, the spur and worm gears. A gear is a toothed machine part, such as a wheel or a cylinder, that meshes with another toothed part to transmit motion or to change speed or direction. The distance to the moon is measured using parallax, by measuring how much an object appears to move compared to a more distant object when the observer changes positions. The law of inertia, that a body preserves its motion, is understood. The invention of paper in China. Paper is made by putting a mixture of fibers and water on a fine screen. When the water drains away, the remaining mat of fibers is removed and dried. A nova is observed, the first star catalog that uses celestial coordinates of latitude and longitude and that divides stars by brightness. The precession of the equinoxes is recognized, that the position of the stars at equinox changes slightly each year. The earliest known metal spur gear in mechanical computer. Negative numbers are used in China. The theory that light is made of atoms that move very fast. The first glass blowing in Jerusalem. The Julian calendar, 365 days with an extra day every 4 years. The earliest water wheel. The earliest elevator or vertical lift. The germ theory of disease, that disease can be caused by tiny living organisms. Silk from China is traded as far west as Rome. The monotheistic religion Christianity is founded, branching from Judaism. The steam engine is invented in Alexandria. A hollow metal sphere rotates from the power of steam jets that escape through open tubes on each side of the sphere. The steam engine will not be used for practical purposes until the 1600s. The earliest siphon, syringe, and chariot odometer. A windwheel-powered machine. The glass prism. The last cuneiform texts. This ends 3,000 years of cuneiform writing. The earliest encyclopedia. The earliest magnetic compass in China. The earliest known complete musical composition, including musical notation. The earliest distillation in Alexandria. Distillation is the process of evaporating or boiling a liquid and condensing its vapor. Ptolemy's Almagest, an Earth-centered model of the universe, with the Earth a stationary sphere in the center, surrounded by 7 larger planetary spheres for the Moon, Sun, planets, and fixed stars. A bellow-fed musical organ. The valves of the heart are described, and that the brain controls the voice is shown. Crank handles are used in China. The earliest press-on printing in China. An encyclopedia of alchemy. The Council of Nicaea condemns the claim of Arius that Jesus was not divine as a heresy. The Arabic alphabet. Roman Emperor Constantine I abolishes all pagan, polytheistic hospitals. Roman Emperor Theodosius I prohibits the visiting of non-Christian temples. The library in the temple to Serapis, the Serapeum in Alexandria, is violently destroyed by Christian people, and the temple is converted to a Christian church. The last recorded hieroglyph inscription in Egypt. The murder of Greek philosopher Hypatia by Christian people. Eastern Roman Emperor Theodosius II orders all non-Christian books burned. The Earth rotation around its own axis is described by Indian astronomer Aryabhata. That the medium is actually an impediment to a projectile's motion is recognized. Byzantine Emperor Justinian closes the schools of Alexandria and Athens, including Plato's Academy. The Hôtel Dieu in Lyon is founded, the earliest hospital in France. Toilet paper is used in China. The earliest windmill in Persia. This windmill uses a vertical shaft and horizontal sails to grind grain. The monotheistic religion Islam is founded. The first flame-throwing weapon, Greek fire. The numerals 0 through 9 and decimal notation are used in Pakistan. Jabir prepares and identifies acids. Woodcut printing in Japan. A paper with text is attached with rice paste to a block of wood. The uninked parts are cut away, the block is inked, and a paper pressed on it. Lowercase letters. Charlemagne establishes schools where math and grammar are taught. String instruments are played with a bow. The Beit al-Hikmah, House of Wisdom School, is founded, where many scientific works are translated into Arabic. Gunpowder is invented in China. The earliest gunpowder, black powder, is a mixture of saltpeter, potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal. A health science school is founded in Salerno, Italy. The first polyphonic, many-voiced music, organum, and distinct pitches. Gypsum plaster is used to hold broken bones in place by Al-Razi, who openly rejects Islam and other religions. Norwegian explorers reach North America. The earliest rocket in China. Gunpowder rockets, probably in hollow bamboo tubes. A star catalog that includes Arabic star names which, in corrupted form, are still in use today. The earliest Arabic numerals in Europe. The encyclopedia, the Suda. Paper money is used. In China. Musical staff notation. The pinhole camera. Movable type printing, where individual blocks can be put together to form a text, is invented in China. Baked clay types are placed side by side on an iron plate coated with a mixture of resin, wax, and paper ash. Gently heating this plate and then letting the plate cool solidifies the type. The University of Bologna is founded. Non-religious, secular music evolves in France. Al-Ghazali's book, The Incoherence of the Philosophers, slows the influence of ancient Greek philosophy in Arab and Persian nations. The first cannon and gun in China. The first stringed instrument to use a keyboard. The University of Oxford is founded. The University of Paris is founded. The start of the Inquisition. Pope Lucius III makes burning the official punishment for heresy. The Inquisition will last until the 1800s. The theory that all matter is made of light. The movable metal block printing press is invented in Korea. Instructions for making gunpowder are introduced to Europe. Mechanically propelled ships and carriages, and that the Earth can be circumnavigated, are proposed by Roger Bacon. Roger Bacon is imprisoned and his works are ordered suppressed. Musical notes are defined in terms of time, long, breve, and semi-breve. The first eyeglasses. The first mechanical clocks in Europe, driven by a falling weight that turns a clock hour hand. Sulfuric and other strong acids are described. Before this, vinegar was the strongest acid known. The first book devoted entirely to anatomy. The law of inertia is revived. The Charles University in Prague is founded, the first university in Central Europe. Uniformly accelerated motion is described, and rectangular coordinates, latitude and longitude, are used to draw geometric figures. The University of Vienna is founded, the oldest university in the German-speaking world. The theory that the Earth rotates daily is revived in France. The first harpsichords in Italy. Sungkyunkwan University in Korea is founded. The magic lantern, an early image projector. The movable type printing press is introduced into Europe. Printing in Europe will spread quickly and results in low-cost books. This increase in books leads to more educated and literate people and faster communication. The laws of perspective. How to draw a three-dimensional scene on a two-dimensional plane. Space is described as infinite in size, and stars are described as other suns with inhabited planets. The earliest wound spiral spring and spring-driven clocks. Replacing a falling weight with a spring to drive the wheel train allows smaller timekeeping devices to be made. The first printed book in Europe, copies of the Bible. The cipher wheel for encrypting messages. A parachute is designed. Gliders, a helical air screw, and a flying machine with flapping wings are designed. Humans from Europe reach America by crossing the Atlantic Ocean in 3 small ships. A screw-cutting machine is designed. That the new lands represent a new continent separated from Asia by a second ocean is recognized. Europeans reach the Pacific Ocean, the start of the Protestant Reformation. Humans circumnavigate the Earth. This proves that a single ocean covers the Earth. The disease syphilis is described and named. Spanish physician Michael Servetus publishes a book that describes Jesus as only human. The method of triangulation to measure distance. A baseline of known length is chosen, and from its endpoints the angles of sight to a remote object are measured. The distance to the object from either endpoint can then be calculated using simple trigonometry. The University of Santo Domingo is founded, the first university in the Western Hemisphere. The theory that the Earth and planets rotate around a central fixed point. Appendicitis, an inflammation of the appendix, is described. The sun-centered theory is revived by Copernicus. The first imaginary numbers, the square root of a negative number. Arteries are tied to stop bleeding. Artificial limbs are created. The scientific classification of minerals. Pulmonary circulation is understood by Michael Servetus. That blood goes from the right side of the heart to the lung where it is mixed with air becoming red, and then to the left side of the heart where it is sent through the rest of the body. The germ theory of disease is revived. The first planetary tables based on the sun-centered theory. Servetus is burned alive for heresy. The first systematic computations of probabilities, for example the chance of a certain combination in the fall of 3 dice. The first scientific society, a group for the communication of scientific research. the precursor of the Academy of the Lynx. Fallopian tubes and semicircular canals are identified, and the vagina, placenta, clitoris, and cochlea are named. The first illustrations of fossils. Cylindrical projection is used to make a map so that lines of latitude and longitude are straight. A comet is proven to be farther away than the Moon and to have an orbit that is not circular, which disproves the ancient theory of crystal planetary spheres. The Gregorian calendar. February 29th is omitted in century years, which are not divisible by 400. Decimal point notation is introduced into Europe. Objects of different weight are shown to fall the same distance in the same amount of time. The first modern flush toilet. Letters are used to represent constant and unknown numbers. The first variables. That plants, like animals, have gender is recognized. The first thermometer is invented by Galileo. A glass tube is turned upside down in a container of water. A change in temperature changes the level of the water within it. A variable star is discovered. A star that shows periodic changes in brightness. The preparation of hydrochloric acid and other chemical compounds are described. Italian philosopher Giordano Bruno is burned alive at the stake for heresy in Rome. That the Earth is a spherical magnet on which a compass points to the magnetic poles is recognized. And the first electroscope, which measures static electricity. The first star catalog to show the entire celestial sphere, and the Bayer star naming system, where each star is named after the constellation associated with it in order of brightness. For example, Betelgeuse, the brightest star in Orion, is named Alpha Orionis, and Rigel is Beta Orionis. The first synthetic luminescent material, barium sulfide. Luminescence is light emission that cannot be attributed to the temperature of the emitting body. The inverse squared law of light. That the intensity of light is inversely related to the square of the distance. Europeans discover and explore Australia. The earliest telescope, a refracting telescope. A double convex lens, the object glass, is placed at the farther end of a tube, and a double concave lens, the eyepiece, at the nearer end. The law of falling bodies, that the distance covered by a falling body is proportional to the square of the elapsed time, is understood, and that the path of a projectile is a parabola, that two forces can work on an object at the same time, is understood. That planets move in elliptical orbits, with the Sun at one focus of the ellipse, and that a line connecting a planet and the Sun will sweep over equal areas in equal times, is shown by Johannes Kepler. Kepler's first two laws of planetary motion. The four moons of Jupiter are first seen in their period determined by Galileo. The phases of planet Venus are seen by Galileo. The earliest microscope, a compound light microscope. That the Sun has spots and rotates around its own axis is shown. A story about a man who travels to the moon by Kepler. The theory of storage of light, that light can be absorbed in materials and re-emitted later. Exponential notation and logarithms. Copernicanism is declared a heresy by Pope Paul V, Camillo Borghese. The circulatory system is described. That the heart is a muscle that contracts to push blood out, that blood can only move in one direction in a circle from the heart to the arteries, from the arteries to the veins, and through the veins back to the heart. The reflecting telescope. A reflecting telescope focuses light reflected off a parabolic-shaped concave mirror instead of through a lens. The first double or binary star system is observed. That the square of the period of orbit of a planet is proportional to the cube of its distance from the Sun is shown by Kepler. Kepler's third law of planetary motion. That the curvature of the lens in the human eye changes as the eye focuses to different distances is recognized. The law of refraction, which describes how a light ray bends when passing between two mediums of different density. The submarine. The sealed thermometer, which measures temperature independently of air pressure. That the Sun completes one rotation every 25 days is recognized, and the inclination of the Sun's axis to the Earth's orbit is determined to be 7 degrees. The transit of Mercury across the Sun is observed. The Vernier scale, a device capable of precise measurement, is invented. The speed of sound is measured as around 500 meters or 1,500 feet per second, and shown to be independent of pitch by measuring the time difference between seeing the flash of a gun and hearing the sound over a long distance on a still day. Galileo is condemned to life imprisonment by the Inquisition. The Académie Parisienne, the precursor to the French Academy of Sciences. Frequencies of sounds are measured. That the direction of the Earth's magnetic field changes over time is recognized. Harvard College is founded. The slow swaying or libration of the moon as it rotates is recognized. The Cartesian coordinate system, where points are plotted on a two-dimensional graph. The transit of Venus is observed. that the orbit of the Moon around the Earth is approximately elliptical with the Earth at one focus, and that the Sun has a perturbing effect on the Moon's orbit is shown. The micrometer, a device for precision measurement, is invented and applied to the telescope. The Earth's acceleration due to gravity is measured. The repeating gun, a gun in which ammunition is fed from a magazine. A mechanical calculating machine that can add and subtract. The earliest vacuum, a space empty of matter, and barometer, which measures atmospheric pressure, are invented. When a tube filled with mercury is turned upside down into a dish, the space above the mercury in the tube is found to be a vacuum. The phases of mercury are observed. The principle of the conservation of motion is described by René Descartes. That the strength the Sun holds the planets with decreases by the inverse distance squared is recognized. Atmospheric pressure is shown to change at different elevations. This implies that empty space, a vacuum, exists above the atmosphere. The label of gas is applied to a substance. Carbon dioxide gas is recognized. The first air pump, that sound cannot be produced in the absence of air, is proven. This air pump is like a water pump but airtight and is powered by hand pumping. This air pump is like a water pump but airtight and is powered by hand pumping. The hydraulic press, that pressure applied to a confined liquid is transmitted equally through the liquid in all directions, is recognized. Lymphatic vessels are identified, which have thinner walls than blood vessels and carry the clear watery fluid portion of the blood lymph into the spaces around cells and back into the blood vessels. The first known moon of Saturn, Titan, is identified. Exponents are extended to include negative numbers and fractions. Red blood cells are observed and described. The ring of Saturn is seen and the apparent sizes of the planets are measured in seconds of arc. The Royal Society is formed. Gas is collected for the first time, and that electrical attraction is transmitted through a vacuum is proven. A subatmospheric pressure is measured using a mercury-filled tube to measure the pressure produced in a bell jar by a piston pump. Acids, bases, and neutral liquids are recognized using acid-base indicators, and an element is defined as any substance that cannot be broken down farther into another substance. The connection of arteries and veins and microscopic blood vessels, eventually named capillaries, are observed. That pressure and volume of a gas are inversely related is proven. A long J-shaped tube traps air at the end using mercury. Adding twice the mercury adds twice the pressure, reducing the volume of air at the end by half. Removing half the mercury doubles the volume of air. The first static electricity generator is built. A sulfur globe is rotated against a cloth which can produce sizable electric sparks. The theory that light is made of particles is revived by René Descartes, who compares light to a ball and is the first to describe the two major theories of light. That light may be transmitted by particle collision, the wave or constant collision theory, or by particles that move mostly without collision through space, the corpuscular or rare collision theory. The theory that comets move in elliptical orbits. The theory of light diffraction. Light passed through two narrow holes, one behind the other, causes some light to appear outside of the cone of light made by the holes. This is thought to be a new property of light named diffraction, in which light bends around the side of a hole. But this outer light can also be explained as light reflected off the inside surface of the hole. The period of a Mars day is measured as 24 hours and 40 minutes. The first blood transfusion is performed. The wave theory of light is firmly established by Robert Hooke, with the medium being a fluid between the stars associated with the ancient concept of ether. In this view, light is analogous to sound, a motion that results from the collisions of many transparent material particles of a medium. Hooke also uses the word cells to describe tiny rectangular holes in a thin sliver of cork viewed under a microscope, and publishes the first images of a microorganism and protist. Calculus. Differentiation is used to find the rate of change or slope of an equation, and integration is used to calculate the area or volume described by an equation. The equation distance equals velocity multiplied by time is identified. In addition, the concept and equation of momentum, mass times velocity, and the theory of the conservation of momentum is established. Note that conservation of momentum may result from the separate conservation of mass and of motion. Jupiter's period of daily rotation of 9 hours 56 minutes is determined by observing the movement of spots in Jupiter's clouds. The theory of spontaneous regeneration of flies from meat is disproven by proving that maggots only appear in meat placed in open vessels which flies can land on, and not in closed vessels. The concept of energy, mass multiplied by velocity squared, and the theory of conservation of energy. The phenomenon of double refraction is observed. Objects viewed through calcite are seen double, which is explained as light being refracted at two different angles. This may be the result of light particles reflecting off of atoms in the two perpendicular planes within the crystal. The first detailed description of invertebrate anatomy. The element phosphorus is identified as a heavy glowing liquid obtained by distilling a red oil distilled from urine with carbon. A calculating machine that can add, subtract, multiply, and divide is constructed. The element hydrogen is identified when released by mixing iron filings with acids and is found to be flammable. The corpuscular theory of light is firmly established by Isaac Newton. In this view, light is thought to be made of material particles that move through any medium. Newton shows that color is a property of light, not of objects. Newton also separates white light into primary colors and recombines primary colors to form white light. Newton also shows that light of different colors refract at different angles. The scale of our star system is measured using the parallax of Mars to measure the distance from Earth to Mars, which provides a scale to calculate the distance to the other planets. The combustion of gunpowder is used to create a vacuum. The element oxygen is identified. The space between the ring of Saturn is seen. The binomial theorem is described. For any positive integer n, the nth power of the sum of two numbers a and b may be expressed as the sum of n plus 1 terms. The speed of light is shown to be finite and is measured by subtracting the time it takes for the moon of Jupiter, Io, to enter and exit the shadow of Jupiter when the Earth is moving towards Jupiter from the time it takes when the Earth is moving away from Jupiter. The first observatory in the southern hemisphere. Sperm cells are first described. The first woman to teach at a university after the collapse of science of the 400s CE. The helical spring. The first catalog of telescopically located southern hemisphere stars. Direct neuron activation, or direct neuron writing. Jan Swammerdam contracts a muscle by making neurons fire using electricity. A frog leg hanging from a silver wire twitches when a brass ring contacts it. This electrical muscle movement will eventually lead to very precise remote neuron stimulation. Binary numbers are established, the basis of all modern computers. The first pressure cooker. Water boiled in an airtight container raises the pressure in the container, which raises the boiling point of water, allowing food to cook faster. A safety valve prevents explosions. The cell nucleus is described. The first picture of bacteria. A portable pinhole camera. The law of gravitation by Isaac Newton, that all matter attracts other matter with a force that is the product of their masses and the inverse of their distance squared. Newton clearly distinguishes between mass and weight, viewing mass as the quantity of matter contained in a body, and defines a force as the product of mass and acceleration. Newton shows that the acceleration on any mass from a second mass due to gravity can be calculated as the mass of the second object divided by the distance between the two objects squared, and theorizes that even light particles are affected by gravity. That a mite causes scabies, a skin inflammation, is proven, and the mite first seen with a microscope. A gear cutting machine, a machine for cutting gears out of cylinders of metal. The steam engine is reinvented. A pump with a piston is raised by steam. A water wheel is used to lift ore from a mine. The quantity mass times velocity squared is named vis visa, the living force, and the theory that vis visa, not momentum, is the quantity always conserved. The phlogiston theory of combustion. Phlogiston is thought to be the combustible element in substances. The size and distance of other stars is measured by comparing the apparent size of Sirius to a fractional portion of the Sun. The theory that color is determined by the frequency of light. The Akademie der Wissenschaften, Academy of Sciences, is established in Berlin. A frog muscle is caused to move by rubbing a cut nerve with a scalpel. The pianoforte, or piano, is invented. That liquids such as water always boil at the same temperature is determined. The path of a comet is correctly calculated. Light rays are shown to move low-mass objects. The first theory of relativity, that a motion requires at least two bodies, as opposed to the theory of absolute space, time, and motion. The mass and density of the planets are determined, and the theory that the universe is made of mostly empty space by Newton. Newton calculates the mass of Jupiter to be around 1/1000th the mass of the Sun, Saturn around 1/2000th, and the Earth to be around 1/200,000th. Newton estimates the density of Earth to be about 4 times the density of the Sun, Jupiter 3/4 the density, and Saturn only half the density. Newton allows that gravitational attraction may arise as a result of emissions from the bodies themselves or by the action of a material medium. Newton also recognizes that the Sun is moved by the gravity of the other planets. A thermometer that uses mercury and the Fahrenheit temperature scale, that boiling point changes with change in pressure, is recognized. The movement of the stars over long periods of time is proven. This adds proof against the ancient claim that the stars are fixed on a celestial sphere. The theory that space is mostly dark because other stars are too far away for light emitting from them to be going in our direction. A machine uses a perforated roll of paper to form patterns in textiles. Perforated paper is the basis for early mechanical computers and perforated film. Coal gas, a flammable gas made mostly of hydrogen, methane, and carbon monoxide, is produced by distillation of coal. That electricity can flow in silk and metal is discovered. The theory that electricity is made of two different fluids, vitreous and resinous. Life of Earth, including the human species, is systematically categorized by Carolus Linnaeus. Substances that can conduct a flow of electricity are called conductors, and those that cannot are called insulators. That the Earth is an oblate spheroid, a sphere flattened at the poles, is verified. The kinetic theory of gases and heat. Pressure is explained as the impact of molecules on a surface. Pressure and motion are shown to increase with temperature. That phosphorus gains weight when burned, now known as oxidation, is found. This conflicts with the phlogiston theory. Parthenogenesis, reproduction without fertilization, is conclusively proven in female aphids. The Celsius or centigrade temperature scale is invented. The freezing and boiling point of water are divided into 100 degrees. The first philosophical society in America, the American Philosophical Society, is formed. An electric spark is used to ignite a flammable liquid, ether. An electric spark ignites black powder. The storage of electricity, the first electric memory and capacitor, commonly called the Leyden jar. A Leyden jar is a glass bottle holding water that can store electricity and give the holder of the bottle a large electric shock. An electrostatic motor. A clapper swings back and forth between two bells of oppositely charged glasses, causing a ring on contact with each until the charge is gone. The theory that electricity is made of two streams of electric fluid that move in opposite directions. That electricity in an electrostatic generator comes from the ground and not the sphere is proven. The theory that electricity is a single fluid and that lightning is electricity. Citrus fruits are proven to cure scurvy in one of the earliest clinical experiments. The basis of refrigeration is understood. That evaporating liquids produces cold is recognized. The phenomenon of nutation, that the apparent declination of some stars changes annually because of the movement of the nodes of the moon's orbit around the Earth. Osmosis is described, the spontaneous passage or diffusion of water or some other solvent through a semi-permeable membrane. That irregularities in the motions of satellites occur because the bodies they orbit are not perfectly spherical is recognized. That the electric charge is stored in the glass of a Leyden jar is proven. The theory that the sun is not the center of the universe and that the Milky Way is flattened. Diderot's 28-volume encyclopedia. The different spectra of an alcohol flame colored with various salts is described. A spark is passed through a vacuum tube. Digestion of food is proven to be chemical and not mechanical. Small metal cylinders with food inside are regurgitated by birds with partially digested food. Lightning is proven to be electricity by charging a Leyden jar with electricity from the sky using a kite. Electrostatic induction is identified, that an electrified object can induce an opposite charge in a second object just by being close. That air can hold electricity is discovered. Moscow State University is founded. Carbon dioxide is isolated when released by mixing magnesium oxide with an acid. The nebular hypothesis, that the star system formed as a result of the gravitational interaction of atoms, that the Milky Way is a lens-shaped collection of stars, and that other such island universes exist. The first color specification based on the painter's three primary colors, red, yellow, and blue. The theory that specialized organs arise out of unspecialized tissue in the embryo is introduced and will replace the theory that a body is preformed in the egg or sperm. The electrical inverse distance squared law, the theory that electrical attraction and repulsion between charged bodies decreases by the inverse of the distance between them squared. Locating the center of an earthquake by recording the time when the earthquake is felt in different places is described. Electrolysis. Molecules are split using electricity. Water is separated into hydrogen and oxygen gases using electricity. That valleys are formed by streams that run through them is understood. And that all rocks are not sedimentary is proven because basalt is shown to be formed by volcanoes, has an igneous origin. A globular cluster is recognized as a group of stars. Hydrogen gas is isolated by dissolving metals in acids and collecting the gas released in bottles inverted over water or mercury. The first Encyclopedia Britannica. That light particles do not appear to interfere or collide with each other is recognized. The first self-propelled vehicle, a steam engine-powered automobile. The theory that fossils that resemble no living creature may have been animals that went extinct. That quantity of charge equals electric potential times capacity is understood. Carbon dioxide gas is dissolved in water, which is the beginning of the soda water industry. 5 new gases are identified and isolated, including nitrous oxide and carbon monoxide. That some gases cannot be collected over water because they are soluble in water but can be collected over mercury is realized. The theory that gravity must change the speed of light particles, that a mass may be so large that light particles cannot escape it, and that the force that causes light to be emitted from luminous bodies is much higher than the force of gravity at the surface of the sun. The mass of a light particle is measured to be around 10 nanograms. The inverse square law of gravitation is applied to chemical forces of attraction. Nitrogen gas is isolated. Oxygen gas is isolated by collecting the gas emitted by heating mercury oxide. The first catalog of Messier objects, celestial objects which include nebulae and star clusters. The element chlorine is isolated, as a gas, using hydrochloric acid on magnesium dioxide. Combustion is shown to be a reaction with a gas in the air, later named oxygen. Material in the air is shown to combine with metals when heated, which will end the phlogiston theory of combustion and demonstrates the conservation of mass. The earliest telegraph. 11 new acids are identified, including citric and lactic, in addition to the identification of casein, aldehyde, and glycerol. The effect of light on silver compounds is also described, which 50 years later will be used in the development of photography. A threshing machine. A farm machine that separates seeds from plants. Methane gas is discovered and isolated. Planet Uranus is identified. This is the first new planet to be discovered since prehistoric times. That the shape of crystals implies their chemical composition is understood. Periodic variations in the intensity of the light from variable stars is explained as the star being eclipsed by a darker companion body. The theory that respiration is a combustion process that accounts for animal heat. The first sewer, a drain used to carry away surface water or sewage, to be installed under the streets. The motion of the sun relative to the other stars is recognized. The sun is found to be moving towards the constellation Hercules. The hot air balloon, a steam engine boat. Human flight by balloon. The density of gases is measured by measuring the weight of particular volumes of gas. Water is shown to be a compound, not an element. The fusion of molecules using electricity. Water is produced by burning hydrogen gas in oxygen gas with an electric spark. This shows that water is a combination of two gases, hydrogen and oxygen, and not an element as was thought for centuries. That some nebulae contain stars is observed, and nebulae are thought to be very large and distant collections of stars. The first gas is liquefied, sulfur dioxide. The earliest diffraction grating, constructed using hair. Air is shown to be a mixture of gases and not a single element by showing that nitric acid is produced by sparking air. Air is found to be made of around 4 parts nitrogen and 1 part oxygen. The first artificial insemination, impregnating an organism by injecting semen into the vagina. Electric and magnetic attraction and repulsion are proven to be both proportional to amount of charge and inversely proportional to distance squared. The earliest iron ship, that volume and temperature of a gas are inversely related, is known. In addition, for each degree centigrade rise in temperature, the volume of a gas is found to expand by 1/273 parts of its volume at 0 degrees Celsius, which implies that at a temperature of minus 273 degrees Celsius, the volume of a gas would reach 0, and that there can be no lower temperature. Light is listed as the most simple element on the first list of known elements. A sewing machine. That all objects emit heat, and that heat always moves from a hot body to a cold body is known. Remote neuron activation, or remote neuron writing, by Luigi Galvani. A muscle is contracted remotely by using a remote electric spark while metal is connected to the nerve. Coal gas is used to light a house. That acids and bases neutralize each other in fixed proportions is shown. That the amount of water vapor the air can hold rises with temperature is shown. The theory of natural selection, that species less adapted are more likely to die while those better adapted will continue and multiply. Immunity by vaccination is proven. That having cowpox disease provides immunity from the more severe smallpox disease is confirmed. That different parts of the brain control different parts of the body is understood. Marble is produced by melting and quickly cooling limestone, which is calcium carbonate. The gravitational constant, the mass, and the density of the Earth are measured. The metric system. Elements are shown to combine in definite proportions. The electric battery or voltaic pile is invented. Stacks of alternating silver and zinc plates, each separated by a moist pad, produce a large electric force when the opposite ends are connected with a conductor. This battery provides a continuous source of electrical current. Invisible light is recognized. An invisible portion of the spectrum of light beyond the color red, later named infrared, is found to heat up a thermometer more than any other color. The change in temperature caused by compressing and expanding air is measured. That electricity and water mixed with litmus is colored blue around the silver electrode and red around the zinc electrode is found. Litmus is a material obtained from certain lichens that turns blue in alkaline solution and red in acid solution. Hydrogen and oxygen gas are collected separately from the electrolysis of water. Electroplating is discovered. By passing electric current through a solution of copper sulfate, metallic copper can be made to cover or plate a conductive object that is used as an electrode. The first known asteroid and minor planet, Ceres, is recognized. The invisible light, ultraviolet light, is discovered. An invisible part of the spectrum of light beyond the violet part causes a silver chloride chemical reaction more strongly than any other part of the spectrum. The frequencies and wavelengths or particle intervals of light are determined, and the theory of light interference, that two light waves can add to each other or cancel each other out, similar to two sound waves. The first glass diffraction gratings are in use. The first oxygen-hydrogen torch and gas torch welding. The law of partial pressures, that each component of a mixture of gases exerts the same pressure that it would exert if it alone occupied the whole volume of the mixture at the same temperature. Spectral lines are identified as dark lines in the spectrum of a ray of light from the sun. The first dry electric battery, that different gases all expand by equal amounts with rise in temperature, is discovered. The first water distribution system of a city, Philadelphia, that atoms of different elements vary in size and mass, is shown, and the first table of elements by atomic mass, with hydrogen assigned a value of 1. The steam engine railway train. The size of an atom is estimated to be around a nanometer. There are 1 billion humans on Earth. The first percussion ignition gun. The first refrigeration machine. Ether is expanded into a vacuum to lower the temperature inside a refrigerator, then compressed to raise the temperature outside the refrigerator, and this process is then repeated. The theory that chemical combination occurs between substances of opposite charge. Asparagine, the first amino acid, is isolated. Streets are lit with gas lighting. In London, the phenomenon of light polarization is observed. An image of sunlight reflected from a window that passes through calcite is found to produce only one image instead of the usual 2 images from double refraction. Electric arc welding and an electric arc furnace. A metal, aluminum, is melted using electricity. Gases are shown to combine in small whole number ratios by volume and not by mass, as long as temperature and pressure are constant. For example, 2 parts of hydrogen unite with 1 part nitrogen to form ammonia. The first electric light, the arc lamp. Chlorine is shown to support combustion like oxygen does, and hydrogen is shown to be characteristic of acids. The concept of molecules, and the method to determine correct atomic mass and molecular formula. By presuming that the distance between molecules does not vary, equal volumes of all gases at the same temperature and pressure must contain the same number of molecules. That fats are combinations of glycerol and fatty acids is recognized. The spectroscope. That substances emit specific spectral lines is known. The spectrum of planet Venus is found to have the same absorption lines as the Sun, and the spectrum of other stars are found to have absorption lines that are different from those of the Sun. The theory that all atomic masses are multiples of the atomic mass of hydrogen. Optical isomers are discovered. Chemically identical molecules that rotate polarized light in different directions because of differences in their shape. Chemical radicals are recognized. A group of atoms that take part in most chemical reactions as a single unit, usually passing from one compound to another but incapable of existing freely for a long time. That strata layers can be recognized by the kinds of fossils in them is understood. The theory that light is a transverse wave, oscillates at a right angle to the direction of travel in an ether medium. This theory is used to explain light polarization as the alignment of light waves oscillating in the same plane. But polarization can also be explained as planarization, in which light is filtered into parallel planes when reflected. The theory that chemicals contain light. That fungi originate from spores is proven. Electricity is understood to cause magnetism, and the first electromagnet. Electric current running through a wire causes a magnetic compass needle to move. The direction of electric current in a wire is related to magnetic force. If the right hand holds a wire with the thumb pointing from positive to negative, the fingers indicate the direction the north pole of a magnet will be deflected. Magnetism is identified as electricity. That electric current runs through a permanent magnet. In addition, two parallel wires are found to attract each other when carrying current in the same direction and repel each other when carrying current in opposite directions. The electric current meter. A needle is deflected to measure a current. Wrapping a wire several turns around the needle is found to increase the effect. The continent of Antarctica is discovered. The first gas combustion engine. This engine uses hydrogen gas combustion to create a vacuum. Electrical current in air and in a vacuum is moved by a magnet. The dynamic electric motor. This electric motor creates sustained mechanical motion from electricity and is based on the principle that like poles of a magnet repel one another. Thermoelectricity, or the Seebeck effect, is discovered. That an electric current flows between different conductive materials that are kept at different temperatures. This is the basis of the thermocouple and the thermopile. The grating equation, n times lambda equals d times sine theta, is established. This equation equates wavelength or particle interval of light to the grating groove spacing and the angle between the spectral line and the perpendicular to the grating. This equation is then used to calculate wavelengths of light from a diffraction grating for the first time. The first practical electromagnet, also known as an inductor. This electromagnet can support more than its own weight. That the spectrum of a flame can be used to detect the presence of chemical compounds is understood. The phenomenon of electrical oscillation is discovered, the basis of alternating current and radio communication. The first permanent photograph and photograph reproduction process. A pewter plate is coated with asphalt which hardens on exposure to light. The unhardened areas are removed with oil of lavender mixed with petroleum jelly. Prints of the image can then be made on a press. A gas combustion vacuum engine car and boat. The concept of electrical resistance and Ohm's law, that current is equal to voltage divided by resistance. The mammal egg, the ovum, is discovered. That the wavelength or particle interval of light of a given spectral line can be used as a standard of length is realized. The earliest electric printer. A spark is passed through a rotating strip of litmus paper which, by the formation of nitric acid, leaves a red dot. Roads are paved with asphalt. The first organic molecule, urea, is produced from inorganic sources. Insulated electric wire. Electric current is produced by moving a wire near a magnet. The phenomenon of dynamic electrical induction. The terms kinetic energy, as E equals 1/2 mv squared, and work, as W equals Fd, are introduced. The theory that space in the universe might be curved while only appearing to be straight. The start of non-Euclidean geometry, a geometry where one or more of Euclid's postulates is supposed to be false. That angles in a triangle made of curved lines may not add to pi, as one of Euclid's postulates requires, is demonstrated. The practice of bloodletting is denounced. The first sound recordings. Sound vibrations are recorded by a tuning fork moving an attached whisker onto a sooted glass plate. The electrical transformer, a device used to transfer electricity from one circuit to another, in particular a pair of wire coils that can be used to transfer electricity with a change in voltage, current, or phase. A primary coil is found to cause current in an unconnected secondary coil, but only when the primary current is switched on or off and not during a constant current. The dynamic electric generator, or dynamo. By mechanically moving a conductor near a magnet, a constant electric current is produced. Now a steam engine or water power can be used to produce electricity. The generator creates a large and low-cost supply of electric current. A heat sensor that can detect heat from a person 25 feet or 7 meters away. The occurrence of different compounds with the same chemical composition is named isomerism. The first plastic materials, made of nitrocellulose, are created by treating starch, sawdust, and cotton with nitric acid. The alternating electric current, or AC generator. A mechanical reaper, a machine that cuts grain. The laws of electrolysis. The mass of a substance deposited on an electrode is in proportion to the quantity of electricity and to the atomic mass of the element liberated. The speed of electricity in wire is measured using a rotating mirror. A programmable mechanical calculating machine that uses punch card programs with looping, iteration, and conditional branching is designed. The first computer program. Methyl alcohol, methanol, is discovered by distilling wood. That infrared light or heat rays can be reflected and polarized is proven. The electrical relay, a device that allows the electric current of telegraph signals to be carried over long distances. The process of silvering objects like mirrors by chemical reduction of a silver nitrate solution with an aldehyde. The nerve cell or neuron is first identified. A high-voltage induction coil that can reach 600,000 volts, far above any voltage that can be generated with a voltaic pile. A screw propeller that replaces the paddle wheel. The principle of the electric speaker, that an iron bar emits sounds that correspond to the number of currents that rapidly magnetize and demagnetize it. The basis of the fuel cell battery, the chemical union of hydrogen and oxygen gas in acidified water caused by platinum that generates electricity. The occurrence of different forms of the same element is named allotropy. The parallax of a different star is measured by comparing the position of 61 Cygni to two other more distant stars during the course of a year. After correcting for the proper motion, the star appears to move in an ellipse every year, which is due to parallax. The first cell theory, that all plants are made of cells. The direct-acting gas combustion engine. A cylinder is directly moved by the explosion. Light is converted into electricity. The photoelectric or photovoltaic effect. This is the first photovoltaic or solar cell. Sunlight contacting metal electrodes that are immersed in a liquid electrolyte such as ferric chloride mixed with ether produces a very small electric current. Cell theory is extended to all animals and plants. The plastic polystyrene is discovered. The first recorded polymerization. Infrared spectral lines are identified. The heat created by electrical current is found to equal the square of the current multiplied by the resistance. The first chemical fertilizers. That loss of soil fertility is caused by the consumption by plants of the minerals necessary for life, such as sodium, potassium, calcium, and phosphorus is recognized. An electric clock. Cell division is recognized. The theory that the nucleus transmits inherited characteristics. The first use of an anesthetic for surgery. A person is made to lose consciousness by inhaling ether before surgery in which a neck tumor is removed. The light fountain, the basis of fiber optic communication. The Doppler effect, that frequency of light and sound is affected by the relative motion of the source and observer. The first remote-controlled wired explosive. The first photographs from a microscope. Sunspots are shown to be cooler than the rest of the sun. The spiral shape of other galaxies is recognized. Plane polarized light is found to rotate when passing through glass subjected to an electromagnetic field. The air-filled tire. Planet Neptune is first observed. Mathematical equations are used to represent logical statements. The theory that gravity propagates with a finite velocity. The liquid explosive nitroglycerin is created by slowly adding glycerin to a mixture of nitric and sulfuric acids. That all substances become incandescent, start to glow red at the same temperature around 525 degrees Celsius or 977 degrees Fahrenheit is recognized. Antisepsis, washing hands in strong chemicals, is introduced into the health practice. The percussion gun cartridge, a casing containing an explosive charge and a bullet or shot. The absolute temperature scale is created with minus 273 degrees Celsius as absolute zero, where all molecules stop moving. A constant high voltage from an induction coil is applied through evacuated tubes filled with various gases. That two yellow lines missing in the spectrum of sunlight are emitted from and also absorbed by an electric arc between coal electrodes is observed. The speed of light is measured using a terrestrial method. Light passes between the teeth of a rapidly turning toothed disc on one hilltop and reflects off a mirror on another 8 kilometers or 5 miles away. If the disc turns fast enough, the reflected light passes through the next gap. The first organometallic or hydrocarbon metallic compounds. This is the first time a metal atom is added to a hydrocarbon molecule. The new compound zinc methyl is created when zinc and methyl are joined. Light is shown to move more slowly in water than in air, and the speed of light is shown to be inversely proportional to the index of refraction of the medium. Ocean depths are mapped and the Atlantic Ridge is discovered. The speed of electricity in nerves is measured as 27 meters or 90 feet per second. The rotation of the Earth around its own axis is proven experimentally with a pendulum. The speed of light in water is shown to change depending on the motion of the water. Electrolysis is performed on gases. The theory of valence, that each type of atom has a fixed capacity for combining with other atoms. A practical passenger elevator with a safety device is invented. The theory that a gas absorbs and emits light of the same frequencies. The concept of energy is distinguished into actual and potential energy. The theory that an electrical mass will not be influenced by the electrical force if moving with a velocity at least the speed of light. That an epidemic of cholera is due to a transmittable agent in drinking water is understood. The first naturally occurring and artificial fats are synthesized by combining glycerol and fatty acids. The bright D spectral lines in flames of hydrocarbons are shown to be attributed to sodium, and the widespread occurrence of the D lines due to the contamination of small amounts of sodium. The first synthetic dyes are produced. The earliest extant sound recording. The luminescence of various gases in vacuum tubes under a high voltage is observed, determined to be from the gases, not the electrodes, and the spectrum of the light found to be specific to each gas. That mountain ranges are created by horizontal movements of the Earth's crust is realized. The theory of evolution is popularized. The theory that life descends from a single common ancestor, that many more organisms than can survive are born, each with individual differences, and through a process of natural selection, only the best adapted can survive to reproduce and pass on their successful traits. Many religious people are shocked that humans and apes might have a common ancestor. The first transatlantic cable. The first modern oil well. The spectral lines emitted when a substance is burned are used to determine the atomic composition of the substance. That each element emits and absorbs light at the same specific frequencies is recognized. The first element in the atmosphere of the Sun, sodium, is identified from the two dark D lines in the Sun's spectrum, and the finding that a spectral emission line can only be reversed to an absorption line when the absorber is colder than the emitter. The first rechargeable battery, which is based on lead plates immersed in sulfuric acid. The element cesium is identified, the first element to be discovered spectroscopically. The position of the spectral emission lines are found to be the same for a variety of metals independent of the molecular compound the metal is in and the heat source used. The atomic masses of some elements are found to be far from integral values, which casts doubt on the theory that all elements are made of multiples of hydrogen. By matching solar dark lines to the bright lines emitted by elements, various metals are found to be in the atmosphere of the Sun and others are ruled out. The first microphone, speaker, and telephone is invented. Sound is converted to electricity and back to sound again. A microphone converts variations in sound, air pressure, into variations in electric current, which can be carried over long distances in metal wire and then converted back into the air vibrations of sound using a speaker. That the spectrum of an element may change with change in temperature is proven by showing that at high temperatures a blue line appears for lithium. The first transcontinental telegraph line connecting San Francisco to the east coast of the USA. The process of dialysis to separate different substances is invented. That some microorganisms are anaerobic, do not need oxygen, and others are aerobic, need oxygen, is established. Organic chemistry is defined as merely the chemistry of carbon compounds with no mention of living organisms. The first color image is projected. The spectra of metallic compounds are found to be different than the spectra of the metals themselves. The machine gun or Gatling gun is invented and can fire 200 bullets per minute, around 3 bullets a second. A periodic table of elements. The first direct-acting internal combustion gas engine car. The absorption spectrum of a protein is described. Spectral lines from elements are matched to spectral lines from other stars. The process of pasteurization, heating to kill microscopic organisms, is shown to stop fermented substances like wine and beer from going sour. Some substances are found to emit different spectra depending on how they are excited, by flame or electricity. The spectrum of a comet is first described. The spectra of nebulae and galaxies are seen. Unlike stars, nebulae are shown to have no spectrum except for a few emission lines, and therefore to be composed of gas by using spectral comparison. The spectrum of the Andromeda galaxy and a globular cluster are both found to have a continuous spectrum with absorption lines, similar to that of a star. The theory that light is an electromagnetic transverse wave in a surrounding ether medium. The theory of entropy, the quantity of a body's energy that is unavailable for work. The Mendelian law of genetic inheritance, the 1:2:1 ratio of inheritance of a trait, is described. The first time specific characteristics are followed through generations and that characteristics are inherited in an all or none fashion is shown. A nova, an exploded star, is found to be surrounded by hydrogen gas from its spectrum. A meteor swarm is shown to have a comet-like orbit. Zinc sulfide is prepared and recognized as a phosphor, a substance that exhibits phosphorescence, a luminescence that persists after removal of the exciting source. Dynamite is invented. The Doppler effect is used to estimate the relative radial or line of sight velocity of celestial objects by comparing the position of spectral lines from the celestial object to those of a terrestrial light source. Sirius is estimated to be moving away from the Earth. The first practical typewriter. The first permanent color photograph is created by superimposing and fastening together 3 different colored transparent images. Bacteria are isolated from distinct diseases. The new element helium is named from an unrecognized yellow spectral line in the light of the sun's atmosphere. The theory that waves radiating from the electricity in the brain might allow images of thought to be captured on a photograph. That a spectral emission line becomes thicker because of increased pressure is observed. The spectrum of the aurora borealis is examined and found to have mainly one bright line not belonging to any known simple or compound gases. The first practical artificial plastic, celluloid, a transparent plastic created by heating a mixture of nitrous cellulose, camphor, and alcohol under pressure until the mold. Multiple bonds between 2 atoms are described. That specific parts of the cerebrum can contract certain muscles is shown by direct electrical stimulation of the cerebrum of dogs, and the first map of the brain that connects brain location to function. A communication cable connects Asia and Australia. The first synthetic perfume. A periodic table with spaces that represent elements not found yet. The spectrum of lightning is found to include spectral emission lines found in air. The start of binary digital communication. Communication using only a series of on or off values. The Baudot code. Polyvinyl chloride, PVC, is produced. A synthetic resin second only to polyethylene in production made from the polymerization of vinyl chloride. The first binder, a machine that automatically binds grain with wire into bundles. Dust in the air is shown to contain microorganisms. Bacteria are grown or cultured outside of the body. Selenium is found to convert light into electricity. The crystal diode or rectifier is invented. Metal sulfide crystals are found to transmit electricity more easily in one direction than in the other, and this will later be used to convert an alternating current into a direct current. The basis of color photography. Putting dye in a photographic emulsion allows specific colors of light, including infrared, to be photographed because the dyes allow only those specific colors to reach the light-sensitive silver compound. Electrical stimulation and physical destruction of various portions of the brain of living monkeys is shown to cause blindness, deafness, the loss of sense of touch, smell, and taste, and the need to scratch. The first direct neuron reading. Changes in electric currents on the brains of rabbits and monkeys are measured during chewing and in response to light shown in the eyes. Rapidly rotating static electricity is shown to act like an electric current, producing a magnetic field. The theory that electric current conduction in water is not due to conduction by the water but by dissolved particles such as sodium ions, and that the high conductivity of acids is because hydrogen is one of their migrating components. The first practical refrigerator is built using liquid ammonia as a coolant. The luminescence produced at the cathode in an evacuated tube under high electric potential is named cathode rays, shown to be emitted perpendicularly to the cathode surface and to cast sharp shadows. The purple pigment rhodopsin in the retina is shown to turn a yellowish color when exposed to light. Using this effect, a rabbit retina is removed, the changed dyes fixed with chemicals, and a permanent picture, an optogram, is made showing the last image the rabbit saw, in this case a barred window. A sound recording is played back out loud. That certain diseases are transmitted by insects is proven. A mosquito is shown to transmit a parasite that causes elephantiasis. Telephone wires are connected to individual homes. The ultraviolet spectra of various substances are photographed. A practical electric light bulb. Synthetic fabric. The first synthetic silk, rayon. Fibers are produced by forcing, extruding, solutions of cellulose nitrate through very tiny holes in glass and allowing the solvent to evaporate. Molecules of bromine and iodine are shown to be diatomic, breaking into single atoms on heating as shown by the density of their vapors being reduced by 2/3 of their normal values. That ultraviolet light is absorbed inside the atmosphere of Earth is understood. Chromosomes are identified in the nucleus of cells using dyes. Saccharin, the first commercially available artificial sweetener. Nucleic acids are identified. A successful vaccine is created by growing the agent of disease on an artificial media to create a milder form. Sound is sent and received using light particles. A mirror vibrating from sound sends reflected sunlight to a receiver to be transformed back into sound. The cause of malaria is found to be a protist, which shows that disease can be caused by a protist and not only by a bacterium. That cathode rays can be bent by magnetic fields is shown. Piezoelectricity is discovered. When pressure is applied to certain crystals, an electric potential is created. An artificial muscle, the physical contraction of rubber under electric potential, is measured. Practical artificial muscles will not be used in consumer products for over 130 years. Slavery is outlawed in most major nations. The electronic camera and electronic image. An image is captured and sent electronically. A successful vaccine for anthrax is created by gently heating the anthrax-causing bacteria. Certain spectral lines are found to become broader when an element is heated. A metal detector. The Michelson experiment. Light is found to have the same speed in any direction horizontal to the Earth. This causes doubt about the existence of an ether medium and about the wave theory for light. An interferometer splits a beam of monochromatic light with a glass plate into two directions at a right angle to each other and reflects them back together to detect interference. If the Earth moves through an ether, one ray will take more time and cause interference, but no interference is observed. Inverse piezoelectricity is proven. When an electric potential is applied to certain crystals, the crystals vibrate at a regular rate. The electric car. The first central electricity station and distribution of electricity to houses for electric lighting in London. The first invisible frequency light particle communication. The first radio communication. The sending and receiving of a message using light particles by electrical induction, also known as electric waves, electric radiation, and simply radio, but which may just be the photoelectric effect. White blood cells are identified and their role of destroying foreign objects in the immune system of animals is recognized. That infrared light is absorbed by the atmosphere of Earth and that some of this absorption is due to water is recognized. The theory of ionic dissociation, how molecules that are electrolytes separate in a liquid to form two or more charged ions. The first practical steam turbine, a steam engine that uses steam to turn a wheel with blades around the rim directly. High-pitch whistles measure the threshold of human hearing to be 18 kHz or 18,000 cycles per second. A system of fingerprinting is established. The first use of a local anesthetic, a drug that stops the conduction of impulses and sensory nerves in the region where it is applied. Cocaine. The Balmer series is discovered, a simple mathematical formula that gives the wavelengths of the spectral lines of hydrogen. The first practical gasoline engine and motorboat. The first motorbike. Spectral emission lines are observed to widen when subjected to an electromagnetic field. The first steel-framed building and skyscraper. A low-cost method of producing pure aluminum metal from aluminum oxide is discovered. Positively charged ion beams are discovered and called Connellstrahlen or channel rays. Using a perforated cathode, rays going through the holes in the direction opposite to that of the cathode rays are found. The gasoline internal combustion engine car. The speed of cathode rays is shown to be about 1,000 times slower than the speed of light. Plastic photographic film. That ultraviolet light causes more current to flow on a metal electrode than lower frequencies of light is found. In addition, electrical induction is shown to be like light in being propagated in straight lines, casting a shadow, refracted with a refrangibility much greater than that of violet rays of light, and to be non-electrical. The alternating current electric motor. A flat disk sound recording device. The theory that subatomic particles produce spectra. That the number of chromosomes in cells is constant and that each species has a characteristic number of chromosomes in their cells is recognized. The electricity of a heartbeat is measured and recorded and found to coincide with each heart muscle contraction. The first electrocardiograph images. Light interference between two radio sources is demonstrated and electrical induction is confirmed to have the speed of light. The wavelength or particle interval of a radio emitter is measured to be 2.8 meters, much larger than visible light. That radio can be focused and polarized is proven. A pressure of 3,000 atmospheres is obtained. Moving images are captured and stored onto rolls of sensitized paper. The theory that visible light can be produced from electrical oscillation. The first consumer camera, which brings the ability to capture photos to average people. Electricity is used to restart a heart beating. An automatic telephone exchange that allows people to connect their own phone calls is invented. The theory that matter contracts depending on its velocity relative to the speed of light is used to explain the Michelson experiment while preserving the theory of an ether medium for light. The first commercial wireless telegraph message. The motion picture camera and projector. Moving images are captured, stored on plastic film, and projected onto a screen. The theory that a picture seen by the eye can be captured from phosphorescence. The first spectroscopic binary star is identified. Two stars that appear as one, but over time a spectral line appears to double because of a change in relative velocity of each star. The first planet of another star is detected by the oscillation of a spectral line, the star Algol. Unlike spectroscopic binary stars, these spectra only show one oscillating spectral line because the light from the companion is too dim to see. The first practical smokeless explosive powder, cordite, is invented. The motion of nebulae such as those of Orion are measured and shown to be similar to those of the stars, which implies that these nebulae are part of the Milky Way galaxy. The suggestion that the minimum electric charge should be called an electron. Liquid oxygen and liquid ozone are shown to be attracted to both poles of a magnet. A camera and motor-driven telescope which compensates for the motion of the Earth relative to distant celestial objects is used for long-exposure photographs. 500 asteroids will be identified with this method, a third of all known to exist. The germplasm theory of heredity, that all inherited traits come only from the chromosomes. The double-wall vacuum container. The diesel engine. Instead of a spark, the heat from compressing the fuel-air mixture raises the temperature of the mixture to the point where ignition happens. The death rate from cholera is reduced by 70% among 45,000 people inoculated by a highly virulent strain of heat-killed cholera. A Cepheid variable star, a variable star with a short and regular period of luminosity, is found to have a period of radial velocity that matches its period of luminosity. This suggests that a dark companion causes the variation of Cepheid stars. The speed of cathode rays is shown to be less than the speed of light. The start of multiplexing, using a single wire to transmit multiple messages by only sending one character at a time while alternating between a group of messages. The element argon in the series of inert gases is identified. Argon is isolated from air and identified from its unique spectrum. Since argon combines with no element, argon is recognized to be part of an eighth group of elements that have a valence of 0. The element and inert gas helium is found on Earth when liberated from uraninite dissolved in sulfuric acid and identified by spectrum. X-rays are discovered. Radiation from a cathode ray tube is found to pass through very thick paper and even thin layers of metal to cause luminescence in a paper covered with barium platinocyanide. These rays cannot be bent by even a strong magnetic field like cathode rays, but yet apparently do not refract, polarize, or interfere like visible light does. The rays are also found to be absorbed by air less than cathode rays are. These rays are called X-rays, and the first X-ray photographs are captured of the interiors of metal objects and of the bones in a human hand. X-rays are extremely useful as a new tool in health sciences to see and penetrate into bodies. Cathode rays aimed at an isolated metal cylinder give the cylinder a negative charge, and when the current is reversed, positive rays give the cylinder a positive charge. A radio signal is sent and received over 2 kilometers or 1 mile. X-rays are detected in sunlight. Radioactivity is discovered. Invisible rays are detected from a uranium salt. The fluorescent chemical potassium uranyl sulfate is found to emit X-rays, which appear on a photographic plate wrapped in black paper placed underneath it, even without being made fluorescent by sunlight. This emission of X-rays from potassium uranyl sulfate without any external source implies that atoms are composed of smaller particles. The theory that X-rays are made of material particles. The radiation emitted from uranium salts is found to be deeply penetrating and to discharge a charged electroscope. That all substances struck by X-rays emit secondary X-ray radiation is discovered. The fluoroscope, a fluorescent screen that is illuminated in real time by X-ray beams. The electric fluorescent lamp. That X-rays ionize gases, cause gases to become electrical conductors is found, and is an easy method to produce gas ions. X-rays are used to visualize gastrointestinal movements using a drink made with bismuth, which is opaque to X-rays. The disease beriberi is shown to be caused by poor diet. This leads to the discovery of vitamins, and beriberi will be the first known dietary deficiency disease. Cathode rays are shown to be made of particles, later called electrons. This is the first particle, besides light, known to be smaller than an atom. By deflecting cathode rays with an electromagnetic field, the ratio of mass to electric charge of cathode ray particles is measured to be 10 to the minus 7 grams per coulomb, 1,000 times smaller than an ion of hydrogen from electrolysis. In addition, the theory that cathode rays are made of small negatively charged particles which are a part of all atoms. Cathode ray particles are deflected by an electrostatic field. In addition, the velocity of cathode ray particles is found to increase with electric potential and with tube exhaustion. The first electronic display, the oscilloscope. A cathode ray tube is made with a mica screen inside which is coated with fluorescent material. This allows an electron beam inside the tube to be deflected by varying currents and electromagnets, which moves a luminous spot of light on the screen. This leads to the television and computer display. The theory that X-rays might be used for telepathy. Connell-Strahlen are shown to be made of positively charged particles with a mass-to-charge ratio similar to a hydrogen ion. These positive particles will later be called protons. The speed of these particles is determined to be around 1,000 times slower than the speed of light. Thermite, the explosive mixture of a metal oxide and aluminum powder, is discovered. Hydrogen is liquefied. The boiling point of hydrogen is measured as minus 238 degrees Celsius. The first radio-controlled vehicle, a remotely controlled boat. Uranium is found to emit at least two kinds of radiation, one which is quickly absorbed that is named alpha radiation, and a second which has more penetrative power that is named beta radiation. The causal agent of tobacco mosaic disease is recognized as a completely new type of infectious agent, smaller and different than bacteria, which is named a virus. Electromagnetic writing and reading of data. Sound is recorded by varying the magnetization of tiny parts of a single wound wire sequentially in direct proportion to the electric current produced by the sound. When each part is then moved past an electromagnet, the sound is played out loud again in a telephone receiver. This will lead to videotapes and hard disks. The first life is saved by wireless communication from a stranded steamship. The first moon with a retrograde motion is observed. Phoebe, a moon of Saturn. A gas is found to be emitted from thorium, which will later be shown to be radon. All substances touched by the positive ions created by this gas are shown to exhibit radioactivity that lasts for several days. That rays from radium cause radioactivity in all objects placed near them is discovered. Radium rays are deflected by a magnetic field. These rays will be identified as beta rays and shown to be electrons. The negative ion is found to have the same mass and charge for all gases. Hydrogen is solidified. The theory that mass and time change for a body depending on its motion relative to the speed of light, and that no matter can travel faster than the speed of light. The pressure exerted by light is measured using very light mirrors in a vacuum. The mechanical pressure light exerts on gas molecules is measured. Beta rays of radioactivity are identified as electrons. The velocity of the electrons of beta rays is found to be more than half the speed of light, much higher than the electrons in cathode rays. A non-deflected radiation more penetrative than X-rays is identified from radium, which will later be named gamma rays. The first flight of a motor-driven gas-filled airship, an aluminum blimp. Quantum theory, the theory that all energy exists in discrete units, and the famous equation E equals hv. Around 120,000 galaxies, at the time called nebulae, are identified and photographed. Spiral galaxies are found to outnumber all other celestial objects. X-rays are shown to kill guinea pigs. The first synthetic protein is created when two amino acid molecules are condensed into dipeptides. The first radio message is sent over the Atlantic Ocean. Yellow fever is shown to be caused by a virus, the first disease found in humans to be attributed to a virus. The theory that new species can arise as a result of mutation. The element uranium is identified as the radioactive portion of uranium compounds. That there are different blood types is recognized, and the ABO blood group system is created. The theory that the mass of an electron increases with velocity. The electric motor vacuum cleaner. The electron velocity and electric potential created by the photoelectric effect is shown to depend only on the frequency of light. The theory of the cubic atom, which explains the cycle of 8 elements on the periodic table and the stability of inert gases when all 8 vertices are occupied. Radioactivity is recognized as atomic decay, in which one atom decays into another kind, also known as transmutation. That paternal and maternal chromosomes are pairs and are the physical basis of the Mendelian laws of heredity is shown. The speed of X-rays is shown to be the same as the speed of light. Alpha rays are found to be deflectable by strong magnetic and electric fields in the opposite direction of cathode rays, and so are positively charged bodies. A method of sewing together, suturing, the ends of blood vessels is developed. The airplane, the first powered, sustained, and controlled airplane flight. The radiation from radium is shown to be less when colder. The scattering of X-rays by gases is shown to depend on the molecular weight of the gas. That helium is emitted from radium is shown spectroscopically. Gold metal leaves exposed to X-rays are shown to acquire positive and lose negative electricity. The Saturnian model of the atom, negatively charged electrons rotate around a large mass positively charged particle. Chromatography. Different substances in a liquid pigment mixture move through a column of absorptive material at different rates, separating into colored bands. The amount of inert gas emitted by radium is found to be directly proportional to the amount of uranium in any given sample, which is evidence that uranium decays into radium. The practical color photograph. The vacuum tube diode, or rectifier, which can rectify alternating current into direct current. The word hormone is coined for substances released from the endocrine gland, then carried by the blood, that profoundly influence the function of another part of the body. That calcium absorption lines do not share in the spectral line movement of binary stars is evidence of calcium in between the stars that absorbs the light. Radar, radio light, is used to determine the location of distant objects. A single gram of radium is estimated to emit over 1 billion alpha and 1 billion beta particles each second. The special theory of relativity. The theory that the speed of light is constant independently of the motion of all other objects. The theory that motion changes mass and time is adopted, but that an ether medium for light is unnecessary. The theory that the intrinsic energy of all matter is dependent on the speed of light, and the famous equation E equals mc squared, originally m equals L divided by c squared. That the color of a star is related to its size is recognized. The relative brightness of a star is determined by scaling its apparent brightness by its distance. And the theory of stellar evolution, that stars lose brightness over time, changing color in the direction of blue to red. In addition, red and yellow stars are thought to be divided into two groups, one with high brightness and the other with low brightness. The color motion film camera and projector. Alpha particles are found to have a charge-to-mass ratio near 1/2 that of hydrogen and are identified as helium. The electric switch and vacuum tube amplifier. A third electrode is inserted into a diode called the grid. A varying, very weak voltage on the grid can be converted into a similarly varying but much stronger electron flow from the filament to the plate. Amplitude modulation, or AM radio communication. Radioactivity is used to determine the age of rocks. From the quantity of lead in uranium ores and the known rate of uranium disintegration, some rocks are found to be at least 2.2 billion years old. A diagnostic test for syphilis is created. The mass spectrometer, a device that can separate atoms with an electric charge, ions, by their mass. Positive rays are deflected by magnetic and electric fields so that ions of different ratios of charge to mass strike different parts of a phosphorescent screen. The helicopter. A helicopter achieves free flight while carrying a passenger. An image is displayed on a cathode ray tube. The theory of space and time is a four-dimensional structure called space-time. The theory that an electron is a chemical element. Secondary X-ray radiation emitted from objects bombarded with X-rays is found to have a constant absorption with no regard to the intensity of the primary X-ray beam. The first images sent and received by radio. Helium is liquefied, the gas that requires the lowest temperature for liquefaction at 4 degrees above absolute zero. Cellophane, a clear flexible film made from cellulose. The first thermosetting plastic, a plastic that does not soften when heated. Bakelite. Humans reach the North Pole of Earth. The mass and size of an electron are determined. A mass of 10 to the minus 27 grams and size of 30 picometers. A wireless radio telephone is publicly demonstrated. That hereditary characters are located on a specific chromosome is recognized. A pressure of 2,000 atmospheres is obtained. The theory that most of human thinking is of images. The paths of ionizing rays, for example alpha and beta particles, are captured photographically using a cloud chamber, a device that expands gas. Electrical superconductivity at low temperatures is recognized. The atomic nucleus theory, that all atoms have a very small positively charged sphere or nucleus in their center. The size of an atom is estimated to be around 100 picometers. The theory that a machine could record the sounds of thought and could also write sounds back to the brain which are heard in thought. The products of chemical reactions are detected using a mass spectrometer. Humans reach the South Pole of Earth. The industrial use of bacteria to produce useful products. Bacteria are grown to produce large quantities of acetone and butyl alcohol. The theory of atomic isotopes. An isotope is an element that is chemically identical to another element and occupies the same position on the periodic table but has a different atomic mass. Also, that the emission of a helium nucleus, an alpha particle, reduces the initial element to a different element 2 less in number on the periodic table is recognized. The first cancer-causing virus is discovered. A neutral molecular particle beam is created by heating a metal inside an evacuated container. Molecules in the vapor then diffuse through a small hole in an internal wall. Electrophoresis. Electricity is used to separate particles in liquids. The brightness of Cepheid variable stars is shown to decrease linearly with the logarithm of their period of variation, so the brighter the star, the longer the period. By comparing the intrinsic brightness from the period of variation to the apparent brightness, the distance to the variable star can be calculated. The terms giant and dwarf are introduced to describe two kinds of stars with the same spectrum but different luminosity, and the first white dwarf star is described. The diffraction of X-rays by atomic planes in a crystal of zinc sulfide is discovered. The wavelength or particle interval of X-rays is determined to be around 10 picometers, which is smaller than ultraviolet light, and this suggests that X-rays are very high-frequency light. Cathode rays are shown to disintegrate molecules and atoms. That the same element can hold different electric charges is shown. That beta decay, the emission of a high-speed electron, results in an atom moving up one place on the periodic table is recognized. Diffraction is explained as particle reflection. The dispersion of light by a grating or prism into a spectrum of increasing frequencies is explained as particles of the same spacing as the grating groove at a specific angle of incidence, all reflecting in the same direction. The first radio broadcast from the Metropolitan Opera House in New York City. The theory of isotopes is experimentally confirmed. Different isotopes of neon are deflected onto different parts of a photograph using a mass spectrometer. The Bohr model of the atom. That electrons move in fixed circular orbits around a stationary positive nucleus with momentum h divided by 2 pi. H is Planck's constant. The electrons give off or absorb fixed amounts of energy, quanta, by moving from one orbit to another. The general theory of relativity. Space and time are restricted to a curved surface geometry. A monochromatic X-ray beam of known wavelength is used to determine the distance between parallel atomic planes in crystals that reflect the particles in the beam. This is the beginning of using X-ray diffraction to determine the shape and the position of each atom in a molecule. The Andromeda galaxy is claimed to have a very high velocity relative to the Earth. From Doppler shift, Andromeda is estimated to be moving towards the Earth with an average radial velocity of 300 kilometers per second, 1/100th the speed of light, the highest velocity ever observed. That the electrons of beta decay originate from the nucleus and not the outer ring is given as evidence that there is negative charge in the nucleus. The high-frequency spectra of elements are mapped, and the frequency of secondary X-rays emitted from atoms is shown to relate to atomic mass. Vitamins A and B and their importance in the growth process are discovered. The Geiger counter, which detects high-velocity subatomic particles. That a rocket with an initial mass of 200 pounds can achieve a velocity high enough for a 1-pound mass to escape the Earth is determined. Gamma rays from radioactivity are found to have wavelengths in the X-ray region. Sound is recorded and played back with motion pictures on plastic film. The method of spectral parallax. The distance to a star can be determined by comparing the intensity of spectral lines of the star with another star with the same spectrum at a known distance. The first multi-stage rocket design. The Doppler effect for light is confirmed experimentally using an interferometer to measure the difference in position of the sets of rings produced by light from the two ends of a rotating white disk. The theory that spiral nebulae are other galaxies. A voltage doubling circuit. From Doppler shift, 15 galaxies are all measured to be moving away from the Earth with an average velocity of 400 kilometers per second. In addition, a spiral galaxy is found to rotate at 100 kilometers per second, about 8 times the edge of Jupiter. The theory that the atomic nucleus is made of combinations of hydrogen and helium atoms. Bacteriophages are identified, viruses that can infect and kill bacteria. That thrust and propulsion can take place in a vacuum needing no air to push against is proven. The theory of a covalent bond, in which the chemical combination between two atoms is the result of the sharing of a pair of electrons, with one electron contributed by each atom. The theory that the number of electrons in the outermost shell of an atom determines the chemical properties of the atom. The electric propulsion engine. Ultrasonic sound. Sound with a frequency too high to be heard by the human ear is produced by piezoelectricity and used to determine the location of objects by reflection. Sonar. Sonar can detect objects in air and in water, for example a fetus inside the womb and objects in the ocean. The theory that the universe is expanding. The Sun is determined to be in the outer part of our galaxy. The Cepheid variable star method is used to determine that globular clusters are distributed roughly in the shape of a sphere around a center in Sagittarius, calculated to be 50,000 light-years away. The first electronic read and write memory. Unlike other forms of information storage, with electronic memory the only moving parts are electric current. Isobars are defined as elements with the same atomic mass but different positions on the periodic table. The first radioactive tracer. A radioactive isotope of lead is used to determine the solubility of lead salts. Atomic transmutation and atomic fusion. When a high-speed alpha particle from radium collides with an atom of nitrogen gas, a proton is knocked loose from the nitrogen atom, which causes a point of light to appear on a zinc sulfate screen. In losing a proton, the nitrogen atom is converted into an oxygen atom. This is the first time one element is changed into another, which was the dream of the alchemists. This is also the first nuclear reaction, and the first atomic fusion, a larger atom being made from smaller atoms. The theory that fractional atomic weights are due to mixing of isotopes. Increase in temperature is shown to increase the number of genetic mutations in fruit flies. A list of the size of all atomic radii is published. A list of the size of all atomic radii is published. Neutral molecular beams of hydrogen and helium are diffracted using a lithium fluoride crystal. Nuclear isomers are discovered, atoms that have identical nuclei but have different half-lives. The Crab Nebula is found to be expanding from photographs spanning 8 years. The atmosphere of Venus is found to have no oxygen or water vapor because those absorption lines are not found in the spectrum of Venus. Neurotransmitters are discovered. Chemicals that transmit nerve impulses across a synapse. A fluid released when a frog's vagus nerve is stimulated can stimulate another heart directly. The system of antigens and antibodies is recognized. An antigen is a substance that when introduced into the body stimulates the production of an antibody. Antigens include toxins, bacteria, and the cells of transplanted organs. Light is described as being made of atoms of light, all having the same very low mass, and the equations E equals hv by Planck and E equals mc squared by Einstein are equated to solve for the mass of the atom of light. Separating isotopes by evaporative centrifuging is suggested, where a material is heated into a vapor and separated by atomic mass in a rapidly rotating tube. The theory of an all-inertial universe, where gravity is explained as a result of particle collision. The theory of polar fronts, that the atmosphere of Earth is made of air masses that are either warm tropical air or cold polar air, and the sharp boundaries between them are called fronts, similar to battle lines in war. The Compton effect. X-rays are found to have a lower frequency after being reflected by graphite, which implies that a light quantum has momentum that is lost to an electron from the collision. Radioactive lead dissolved in water allows the absorption and distribution of the lead in plants to be followed. Electronic moving images are transmitted and received using radio. Acids are defined as substances that lose a hydrogen ion in solution, and bases as substances that accept a hydrogen ion in solution. The mass of a light particle, or atom of light, is calculated to be less than 10 to the minus 50 grams. The consumer movie camera. An electronic theory of acids and bases. An acid is defined as an electron pair acceptor and a base as an electron pair donor. The ultracentrifuge. A centrifuge can force colloidal particles to settle out of a liquid and can be used to determine molecule size and mass. A light ray device that can disable vehicles and burn people. Photographs are sent over the phone wire. Tissue taken from one amphibian embryo and grafted onto another is shown to assume the character of the host, losing its original nature. Spiral nebulae are proven to be other galaxies containing stars and to be very far away by determining the distance of Cepheid variable stars. Hydrogen nuclei are called protons. The refraction of X-rays in glass is proven visually. A color image electronic scanning camera. The transistor or solid-state electronic switch and amplifier. This is the first non-vacuum tube, solid-state electronic switch and amplifier, also known as a field effect transistor, and the first millimeter-size electronic switch. A system of television is demonstrated publicly. The concept of molecular orbitals. Atomic orbitals are thought to become molecular orbitals extending over 2 or more atoms in the molecule. The first flight of a liquid fuel rocket engine. The space between ultraviolet and X-ray spectral lines around 10 nanometers is bridged. The concept of satellites and space stations. Helium is solidified. X-rays are found to greatly increase the rate of genetic mutation. Electron beams are diffracted using a single crystal of nickel. Electron beam particle intervals are found to be equivalent to X-rays, 100 picometers. A human crosses the Atlantic Ocean by plane in 33.5 hours. The name photon is suggested for the light quantum. Sleep is induced in cats using electrodes directly connected to the brain. The Raman effect. That light with visible frequencies reflected or scattered off of some substances can change frequency. The first rocket-powered plane. The first scientific pregnancy test. The infrared or heat movie camera, which can see through fog and make visible images of heat. The first regular television broadcasts. The radial velocities of other galaxies are found to be linearly related to distance. The more distant the galaxy, the higher the radial velocity. The electroencephalograph, or EEG. Oscillations of the electric potential on the surface of the head are recognized and displayed graphically. Changes in potential due to muscle movements are also detected. Direct neuron writing to the eye screen. A point on the occipital region of the human brain is electrically stimulated and the human sees a small spot of light. Extragalactic nebulae are renamed galaxies. Artificial radiation is induced by accelerating protons and molecules into lead and beryllium using a voltage of 280 kilovolts. The circular particle accelerator, the cyclotron, in which an electromagnetic field accelerates and deflects the path of ions into circles. Very penetrating radiation is found to be emitted from beryllium bombarded with alpha particles, which will be shown later to be neutrons. Women gain the right to vote in most major nations. The theory that an anti-electron and antiproton may exist with the same mass but opposite charge as an electron and proton, and the theory that a light particle is a sphere that can collide with other light particles. The electron microscope, which uses magnetic fields to focus electron beams similar to how a lens focuses light beams. This microscope is a transmission electron microscope, or TEM, which transmits electrons through the specimen. The first synthetic rubber, neoprene. Vitamin A is synthesized. The neutron is identified and distinguished from a hydrogen atom as having slightly less mass. The electric potential created in a single neuron in the eye of a horseshoe crab when light contacts the retina is measured, around 0.5 millivolts. Atomic fission and the first nuclear transformation by protons. Lithium atoms are split by protons under 125 kilovolts into 2 helium atoms. A light source from outside the solar system is found to emit radio frequencies of light. A variety of elements are disintegrated using high-speed protons. For example, fluorine into oxygen and sodium into neon. The positive electron, the positron, is identified using a cloud chamber. Plastic magnetic recording tape. The speed of light in a vacuum is measured. Frequency modulation, or FM radio communication. The first chemical proof of atomic transmutation and atomic fusion. Nitrogen is chemically separated from boron, which was irradiated with alpha particles from polonium and shown to have the same chemical properties as non-radioactive nitrogen. The atomic fusion of 2 hydrogen atoms into a helium atom. Supernovas are distinguished from ordinary novas. Atomic fission of uranium by neutrons. The theory of particle beams as weapons that can destroy planes and kill millions of people without a trace in an instant. The first atomic fission caused by light particles. Gamma rays disintegrate a deuterium atom, an isotope of hydrogen containing 1 proton and 1 neutron. From this, the mass of a neutron is estimated to be more than a hydrogen atom. That a heavier isotope tends to react more slowly than a lighter isotope is used to build up quantities of rare isotopes. Cherenkov radiation. Blue light is found emitted by various liquids bombarded by gamma rays. The artificial silk, nylon. The scanning electron microscope, SEM, a device that moves a focused electron beam in rows and columns over the surface of an object and receives both the electrons scattered by the object and the secondary electrons produced by it. The theory that when an electric current is passed into a nerve, an electric potential increases until a threshold voltage is reached and excitation occurs. An artificial heart. Polyethylene is synthesized, the most widely used plastic on Earth. Muscle contraction in crabs can be varied in strength by changing the frequency of electrical current pulses on the nerve connected to the muscle. Neutrons are diffracted with crystals of magnesium oxide. A neutron beam is shown to have a wavelength of 160 picometers, similar to X-rays. A virus is cultured in vitro in human embryonic nervous tissue. Ribonucleic acid, RNA, is detected in a virus. The turbojet engine, a gas combustion engine that propels air vehicles by hot exhaust gases from fuel burned with drawn-in air. The first transuranium elements, elements 93 through 96, are identified from the collision of neutrons with uranium. The first image of individual atoms. Atoms are visually confirmed to be about 100 picometers in size. The field emission electron microscope magnifies the tip of a tungsten needle 200,000 times. Element 43, the first completely artificial element, the radioactive metal technetium, is created by particle collision. Technetium has no stable isotopes. The first radio telescope that has a reflector or radio dish. The process of xerography, or electrophotography, which uses electrostatic charges and heat to copy documents, the basis of photocopiers and laser printers. Teflon is invented. Both positively and negatively charged particles with a mass in between that of an electron and proton are identified from cosmic rays and given the name mesotron, which will later be changed to meson. The first image of a virus is captured. Viruses are confirmed to be about 150 nanometers in size. The bipedal or two-leg walking robot. That uranium-235 produces far more fissions per minute than uranium-238 is demonstrated. Uranium and thorium are fissioned by gamma rays. This is the first fissioning of large atoms with light particles. The spontaneous fission of uranium is observed. An antibacterial form of the fungus penicillin is found to be effective against at least 3 kinds of bacteria in mice. A circular electron accelerator is built which creates artificial gamma rays. The first color television images are broadcast. That the oxygen liberated in photosynthesis comes from the water molecule and not from carbon dioxide is proven by using oxygen-18, a stable but rare oxygen isotope. Uranium is fissioned by alpha particles under an electric potential of 32 million electron volts. That a sequence of DNA, a gene, controls the production of a particular protein is proven when X-rays cause a genetic mutation in a bread mold which results in the mold failing to make vitamin B6. This mutation is also shown to be inherited. The plastic polyester. The first detailed image of a virus is captured. The first explicit claim of a planet of a different star, recognized from the movement in photos of the nearby star 61 Cygni. A self-sustained uranium fission reaction. Cadmium rods are slowly withdrawn from a pile of graphite blocks with uranium inside, and the first uranium fission chain reaction becomes self-sustaining, driven only by neutrons spontaneously emitted by uranium. Changes in light absorption spectral lines are used to determine that molecular changes have occurred. The DNA molecule is recognized as being responsible for the creation and inheritance of structural changes in a body when a DNA molecule is found to change a rough-appearing bacteria into a smooth one, which is then passed on to later generations. That direct electrical stimulation to the brain can cause cats to become enraged or scared is shown. The first atomic fission bomb is exploded, a plutonium bomb that compares to about 21,000 tons of TNT. The microwave oven. Microwave light frequencies are strongly absorbed by water molecules and so heat materials containing water. Radio light is reflected off the moon and received back on Earth. ENIAC, the first programmable general-purpose electronic digital computer. That carbon-14 produced by cosmic ray neutrons can be used to determine the age of the Earth's atmosphere, surface, and living matter is recognized. Multiple telescopes are used in parallel to observe a larger area. Sexual reproduction, conjugation, is found in bacteria, E. coli. The first solar spectrum is captured from the upper atmosphere by a rocket, which confirms that the atmosphere of Earth absorbs light with ultraviolet frequency. Radar is used to see meteor showers, even during daylight. Elements 73 tantalum through 83 bismuth are fissioned with deuterons, helium ions, or neutrons using up to 400 million electron volts. Radio echoes are captured off of an aurora borealis. An airplane moves faster than the speed of sound in air. The theory that the atomic nucleus consists of protons and neutrons arranged in shells. The semiconductor transistor. The first computer to run a stored program. The hook and loop fastener, Velcro. The first large passenger jet airplane or jetliner flies. A neutral meson is identified. That antibodies are only formed after birth is demonstrated. The theory that there is a cloud of about 100 billion comets that surrounds our sun about halfway to the nearest stars. That the abundance of the oxygen-18 isotope in calcium carbonate varies with the temperature at which it is deposited from water and so can be used to create a temperature history of the past is recognized. The fission of medium-weight elements, copper, bromine, silver, and tin, by protons using 70 million electron volts. Negatively charged mesons are shown to disintegrate atoms. The atomic fusion of large atoms. Accelerated carbon-12 ions collide and fuse with aluminum-27 to produce chlorine-34, and with gold-197 to produce astatine-205. That viruses can be coded in bacteria DNA is shown. Moving images are recorded on magnetic tape, videotape. The first atomic fission reactor to produce electricity. The heat from uranium fission heats water to make steam, which drives an electrical generator. That some genes can turn on or off another gene and can control the rate at which a gene is switched on and off is discovered. The first hydrogen fusion bomb is exploded. The most distant galaxies are estimated to be 5 to 6 billion light-years away. The Perseus, Orion, and Sagittarius arms of the Milky Way galaxy are identified. The double helix structure of DNA is understood. The DNA molecule is a double helix made of a sugar-phosphate backbone, with the connected nitrogenous bases adenine, thymine, cytosine, or guanine extending towards the center of the helix from each of the two backbones. The double helix form requires that an adenine can only pair with a thymine and a cytosine can only pair with a guanine. The process of copying, replication, can now be explained as the two strands of the double helix being unwound, and each single helix then serves as a model for its complement. A human reaches the top of Mount Everest, the highest point of Earth, 9,000 meters or 29,000 feet, 5 miles up. The first nuclear-powered submarine is launched. The fuel supply of uranium lasts for months without the need to surface to recharge batteries. The maser, which stands for microwave amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. A beam of ammonia molecules emerges through a hole, passes through an electrostatic field into a cavity with an oscillating electric potential at the molecular transition frequency. This causes microwave light to be emitted by the molecules in the cavity, which then induces the transition to light emission in the molecules entering the cavity, causing self-sustained oscillations with a very stable frequency. So the maser can be used as a very stable oscillator or atomic clock, as an amplifier of microwaves near a molecular resonance, and as a microwave spectrometer. A single neuron is made to fire by electrical stimulation, direct neuron writing. Progesterone, a female hormone, is found to prevent ovulation, discharge of an ovum or ovule from the ovary in humans. This leads to the first birth control pill for humans. Radioimmunoassay, a method to measure tiny amounts of substances by comparing the quantity of binding of a radiolabeled substance to an antibody. The antiproton is identified by the impact of very high-speed protons on copper atoms. A bacteria enzyme is found to synthesize DNA molecules using nucleotides and ATP. This enzyme will be isolated and named polymerase. The first solid maser, also the first multi-level and continuous maser. Sound reflection is used to show that the Mid-Atlantic Ridge is a mountain range extending throughout the oceans of the world and is some 64,000 kilometers or 40,000 miles long. Transfer RNA, tRNA, is identified. The first human-made satellite, an 83-kilogram or 184-pound aluminum sphere that carries 4 antennas, reaches an Earth orbit with an apogee, farthest point from Earth, of 940 kilometers or 584 miles, and circles Earth every 96 minutes. The first animal to orbit Earth, a dog. Direct neuron writing to hearing using an implanted electric device, the first cochlear implants. The Mossbauer effect. When atoms are in a crystalline lattice, the lattice prevents them from recoiling, and so the atom can emit and absorb gamma radiation of the same exact frequency, resonantly. This phenomenon allows highly precise measurements of frequency. A high intensity of corpuscular radiation temporarily trapped in the Earth's magnetic field is discovered. These layers will come to be called the magnetosphere or the Van Allen radiation belts. The first atomic explosion in empty space and first rocket-launched atomic explosion. The integrated circuit, or IC, the first ship to pass the moon. The Earth is found to be slightly pear-shaped from the motion of a 1 kilogram or 3-pound satellite. Signals from life of other stars are searched for. A ship impacts the moon of Earth. The moon is shown to have no significant magnetic field or radiation belts. The first pictures of the far side of the moon of Earth. A device inside the body is controlled remotely, a radio-controlled artificial heart pacemaker, an X-ray telescope. Humans reach around 11 kilometers or 7 miles below sea level. Light is proven to have mass. Gravity is shown to change the speed of light, proving that the speed of light is not constant. The Mossbauer effect is used with radioactive iron-57 to show that the wavelength of a beam of light with gamma wavelength is increased or redshifted as the beam is sent from the top floor of a tower to the basement. This is because of the stronger gravity field at the basement, which is closer to the center of Earth. An X-ray photograph of the Sun. The laser, which stands for light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. Light is fed into a ruby cylinder from a flash lamp, and the ruby emits light that is monochromatic, single frequency, and coherent. All the beams are in a single direction. These coherent beams of light can travel thousands of kilometers without spreading very far apart. A logical contradiction in the theory of space and time dilation is identified in that time appears different depending on which of two clocks is viewed as stationary, and the first recognition that spectral line position changes as a result of a change in light source distance. The first passive communication satellite. Stations on the surface of Earth send and receive data with the satellite, a mylar polyester balloon. The principle of computerized axial tomography, CAT, is described. A thin line of X-rays is used to determine the density of the inside of objects by measuring the difference in X-ray absorption from many angles around an object. Messenger RNA in the system that regulates protein synthesis in the cell, regulatory genes called operins, are identified. The first gas laser, using a mixture of helium and neon. The seafloor spreading hypothesis, that continents are carried passively on top of the spreading seafloor. The first human to orbit the Earth. The first nucleic acid nucleotide is found to code for a specific amino acid. A synthetic RNA molecule made of a single repeating nucleotide, uracilic acid, makes a protein containing only one amino acid, phenylalanine. That 3 DNA nucleotides code for one amino acid in a protein is understood. The bacteria Escherichia coli is shown to have a single chromosome which is in the shape of a circle. That RNA has a helical structure is recognized. RNA is usually single-stranded but can fold back on itself to form a double helix, as is the case for tRNA and rRNA. The semiconductor laser. A forward-biased gallium arsenide p-n junction emits a monochromatic microwave light. X-ray sources from outside the solar system are observed. Laser writing and reading of data. Data is written to and read from plastic film. An undersea station where humans live for prolonged periods of time. The charged particles are emitted by the sun in all directions following the lines of force of the sun's magnetic field is confirmed. Quasars, quasi-stellar radio sources, are identified. Extragalactic objects, star-like in appearance and having spectra with characteristically large redshifts that are thought to be the most distant and most luminous objects in the universe. The first woman to orbit the Earth. A carbon dioxide laser is invented, the most powerful commercial gas laser. That a virus inserts its DNA into the DNA of the host cell, which makes the cell a cancer cell that produces more cancer cells, is shown. The liquid crystal display, LCD, which uses less electricity, weighs less, and is thinner than a cathode ray tube display. The first sequence of nucleotides in a nucleic acid are determined. The finding of background radiation and the claim that this supports the Big Bang expanding universe theory. 2 termination codons, nucleotide triplets, UAG and UAA, are identified as signals in messenger RNA for terminating a polypeptide chain. The first ship to reach Mars and to return images of the surface. The first images of another planet ever returned from deep space. A head-mounted computer display for virtual reality. The first ship from Earth to make a soft landing on another world, the Moon. And the first ship to return images from the surface of another world. The first ship to impact a different planet, planet Venus. The first ship to orbit a body beyond the Earth, the Moon. The ship turns around 8,000 kilometers or 5,000 miles from the Moon, fires its rockets to slow down, and enters lunar orbit. Laser writing to a disc. The first successful heart transplant. Tissue compatibility is found to be determined by specific genes. The first handheld calculator. The theory that a chip inside the body could enable radio communication of sound to and from thought. Direct neuron writing to the eye screen using an implanted electronic device. Pulsars, stars that emit regularly timed bursts of radio light with a small interval, are identified. A multi-wire solid-state particle detector increases the speed of particle detection. The first humans to orbit the moon. The first known structure of an antibody is determined, a protein molecule containing 1,330 amino acids. Humans land and walk on the surface of the moon of Earth. The first crewed vehicle to land on the moon. 2 humans spend about 21 hours on the moon and return 8 days later after liftoff. A DNA molecule is broken with an enzyme, restriction enzymes. A walking robot that uses pneumatic, air-filled, rubber artificial muscles. The Internet. People use computers to communicate over the telephone wire network. The digital electronic camera. The charged coupled device, or CCD, an electronic memory that can be charged by light. 2 DNA molecules are combined using an enzyme, ligase. Using this enzyme, the first artificial gene is synthesized from DNA segments, the gene for a tRNA molecule. A protein with the same amino acid sequence as the human growth hormone is synthesized and displays growth-promoting activity. A robotic ship from Earth returns samples from another body, the moon of Earth. The first ship to soft land on another planet, Venus, and the first to transmit data after landing. The first orbiting space station. The first ship to orbit another planet, Mars. The first ship to orbit another planet, Mars. The first global mapping of the surface of Mars and detailed views of the Mars moons. The first microprocessor and central processing unit, CPU. An integrated circuit which contains 2,300 transistors with a clock rate of 740 kHz, has 46 instructions and uses external RAM and ROM. The first ship to soft land on planet Mars and return data. Light particle communication using liquid-filled glass fiber optic communication. The first email, electronic mail program. A ship passes the meteor belt between Mars and Jupiter. Proteins are synthesized by using a virus to add DNA into bacteria. This is the beginning of genetic engineering. One result of this recombinant technology are bacteria that contain the gene for producing the mammalian hormone insulin. 2 streams of high-velocity electrons are collided head-on, and electrons are collided with positrons. A ship reaches Jupiter and sends the first close-up images. The giant planet's radiation belts and magnetic field are also mapped. The first ship to reach Mercury, to return close-up images and to use the gravitational pull of one planet, Venus, to reach another planet, Mercury. The personal computer, a multi-window computer program with movable windows. The first ship to orbit and land on Venus and to transmit the first image from the surface of another planet. The temperature at the surface is 460 degrees Celsius or 860 degrees Fahrenheit. Atmospheric pressure is 90 times that at the surface of Earth. An external object is moved by thought, electricity in the brain. The first images and soil samples from the surface of Mars. The complete DNA sequence of a virus is determined. A small virus with 5,375 nucleotide pairs which codes for 9 different proteins. The first X-ray laser. A self-driving car. The successful birth of a human baby after in vitro fertilization. The first close-up images of the moons of Jupiter. A ship reaches Saturn and sends the first close-up images. The scanning tunneling microscope, or STM. Individual atoms and molecules of many kinds can be seen. The first close-up images of the moons of Saturn. Beams of protons and antiprotons are collided head-on. The first reuse of a spacecraft. The first Venus soil samples and sound recording of another planet. The first ship from Earth to fly farther than all known planets of this star system. Humans are shown to be genetically closer to chimpanzees than other primates. A multicellular organism is cloned. Genetically identical copies are made. The nucleus in an ovum is replaced with the nucleus from an embryo cell and reimplanted to produce genetically identical animals, sheep. Copies are made of DNA sequences from an extinct species. A DNA molecule is imaged at the atomic scale. Genetic fingerprinting. Certain sequences of DNA unique to each organism can be used to identify individual organisms and also to determine family relationships. Polymerase chain reaction, PCR, a simple technique that allows a specific segment of DNA to be copied billions of times in a few hours. A ship reaches Uranus and sends the first close-up images of the planet, its moons, and its rings. A microscopic electric motor. A ship reaches Neptune and sends the first close-up images of the planet, its moons, and rings. Individual atoms are moved. An STM is used at low temperatures to form the letters IBM in xenon atoms. A light particle or optical computer processor. The first ship to capture an image of the entire star system, Sun and all planets, in one picture. A telescope is placed in Earth orbit. The first ship to reach and send close-up images of an asteroid. The World Wide Web is released to the public by way of FTP, the first free video phone program. A ship discovers the first known moon of an asteroid, the first internet browser, the first ship to orbit Jupiter. An animal is cloned by replacing the nucleus of an ovum with a nucleus from a somatic cell, and then stimulating the ovum with electrical pulses to start dividing. This proves that the DNA of the differentiated somatic cell does not involve an irreversible modification for the embryo to develop. The first images read directly from neurons. Embryonic stem cells transplanted onto spinal cord tissue are shown to differentiate, integrate with, and promote recovery in the spinal cord of injured rats. A ship orbits an asteroid. The human genome is sequenced. The first ship to land on an asteroid. A microscopic radio chip, or RFID chip. A remote control device emits drugs inside a human body. A nanometer scale electric motor. The first ship to orbit Saturn. The first image of a planet of a different star. Stem cells are used to repair damaged nerves, allowing a paralyzed human to walk. A ship lands on a moon of Saturn, Titan. That mass and motion cannot be converted into each other is recognized. The first remote neuron reading. An image of what the eyes are seeing is captured remotely using magnetic resonance imaging, MRI. Different syllables of thought audio are also distinguished remotely. Sound a brain hears is recorded directly from the brain. The theory that globular clusters are the inevitable result of highly adapted living objects. Stem cells are created by replacing the nucleus of an ovum with the nucleus of a skin cell. This method allows people to be their own stem cell donor. Sound a brain hears is recorded remotely and played out loud. A microscopic radio, or particle transmitter and receiver. A radio device functions inside a cell. The first human-made cell organelle. A device like a microscopic RFID chip exists inside an individual cell and can send and receive information with a remote external device. Walking robots are produced in mass quantity and are available for the public to buy. This is the start of the robot revolution. How robots replace humans in most manual labor tasks, greatly increasing the quantity of food produced and the population of humans. Humans synthesize artificial milk and cheese. The first remote control microscopic flying device. Humans move an asteroid by capturing the asteroid inside a container. The first wireless microscopic microphone, the micromic. Remote neuron writing using microscopic devices in neurons. Microscopic devices enter the human body by the lung, enter the blood circulation which connects directly to all cells, and position themselves as organelles inside each neuron. External devices communicate with the intracellular devices to read the voltage and to make the neuron cell fire. Sounds, images, smells, touches, emotions, and muscle contractions can now be remotely activated in a brain by sending light particles to intracellular devices. The first wireless microscopic camera, the microcam. The first remote-controlled microscopic flying camera, the wireless microscopic maser. The wireless nanometer scale radio transmitter and receiver, the nanoradio. The first thought audio is recorded. Thought audio is recorded using remote neuron reading and played out loud publicly. The first recorded thought audio may sound like this.
1, 2, 3.
Humans start to communicate by thought image and thought sound only. The first artificial muscle bipedal robots. These robots are lighter and more electrically efficient than motor robots. The first images of thought are seen. Thought images are recorded remotely using remote neuron reading and shown publicly. The first thought image may be the image of a triangle. Bipedal robots start replacing humans in most low-skill jobs, for example as walking security cameras in fast food and fruit picking. The first wireless nanometer scale camera, the nanocam. Walking robots can wash dishes, wash clothing, and do most other simple household tasks. The first use of remote writing to motor neurons to stop an act of violence. Obesity is cured with microscopic devices. Humans walk around with robot servants. These robots clean and cook for their owners. An artificial muscle robot can fly by flapping wings. The first air highway for autopiloted flying cars is established. The flying cars are extremely safe with emergency parachutes, airbags, emergency landing thrusters, and have complete auto-navigation. An artificial muscle wing flapping passenger plane. Bacteria are identified and destroyed by microscopic devices inside an animal body. There are 10 billion humans on Earth. Cancer cell growth is stopped by microscopic devices. A virus is identified and destroyed by microscopic devices. Humans stop unwanted weather, for example tornadoes and hurricanes, by changing air temperature using millions of distributed remote-control nanometer-sized devices. Accelerated nano-camera ships reach another planet and return close-up images. Most humans communicate only by images and sounds of thought. Helicopter cars form a second line of traffic above the streets. 100 ships with humans orbit Earth. Eventually, Earth orbit will be filled with single-family houses and stores. Most vehicles are machine-controlled. Robots walk on the moon of Earth and build buildings. Humans conquer all bacteria and viruses. Nanoscale devices can identify and destroy all known bacteria and viruses anywhere inside or outside of the body. Robots land and walk on an asteroid. Robots walk and build buildings on Mars. Large-scale atomic transmutation. Humans can convert most common atoms like silicon, aluminum, iron, and calcium into much more useful atoms like hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. This allows many humans to live independently of Earth in ships and on planets and moons without air or water, because they can produce all the air, fuel, water, and food they need from the common atoms of planets and moons. Because of large-scale transmutation, large self-sufficient cities of humans can be created on airless and waterless planets and moons. Robots build buildings on an asteroid. The first major nation of Earth to be fully and constantly democratic, where the people vote directly on the laws. The first humans land on Mars. The first moon colony. Humans permanently live on the moon of Earth. Nucleic acids are changed by remote control nanoscale devices. This will lead to making physical changes to the shape of a body that originate at the cellular level. Robots land and walk on planet Mercury. Robots land and walk on a moon of Jupiter. Humans orbit Venus. Robots land and walk on the surface of Saturn and its moons. Humans live permanently on Mars, the first Mars colony, the first city of another planet. Humans land on Mercury. Robots and other machines have replaced humans in most manual labor tasks, driving, cleaning, and food planting, harvesting, preparing, and serving. Robots also do the most dangerous parts of military, police, and firefighting. 1,000 human-filled ships orbit Earth. Hugging, kissing, sleeping together, and other non-sexual forms of pleasure for money are decriminalized for adults in most developed nations. The first Mercury colony. Humans live permanently under and on the surface of Mercury. Microscopic devices repair, regrow, and reshape damaged cells. Humans land and walk on an asteroid. Robots land and walk on Uranus and its moons. The end of all arrests for information-sharing crimes, although many secrets still remain. Humans live permanently on an asteroid. The end of arrests for recreational drug possession in most major nations. Humans reach Jupiter and land on a moon. Robots land and walk on Neptune and its moons. Most humans are not religious. All money is electronic. Humans live permanently in a ship that orbits the sun. Humans land on Saturn and its moons. There are 100 billion humans. The first ships that regularly transport humans from the Earth to the moon of Earth. The end of arrests for nudity in public. Humans land on Uranus and its moons. Humans switch to a single time system for all places in the universe. Humans reach and land on Neptune and its moons. The first ships to reach another star, Alpha Centauri, and to return the first close-up images of the planets around another star. These nano-camera ships are very small and are accelerated to very high speeds, perhaps even half the speed of light, allowing them to reach another star in under 10 years. There need to be many ships in order to relay images over the long distances. Possibly nanometer ships may work together to assemble larger structures from the atoms around other stars. Living objects on planets of a different star are identified. Bacteria made of DNA on planets around Centauri. Humans send ships with robots to the stars of Alpha Centauri. These large-scale ships may only go 1% the speed of light and take 400 years to get to Centauri. Most humans in developed nations reject the theory of gods. The removal and conversion of the Venus atmosphere is started. This is the first major conversion of a gas atmosphere engineering work of humans. The end of death by aging. Using genetic editing, humans can reach any developmental stage and then hold that body shape indefinitely, dying only from physical destruction. Humans now live for thousands of years. This causes the human population to grow at an extremely fast rate. The end of arrests for all forms of trading money for consensual physical pleasure. Microscopic ships reach Barnard Star, the second closest star, 6 light-years away, and send back the first images of the planets around Barnard Star. The end of homicide by remote neuron writing. An asteroid is moved by propulsion, either by cables or by embedded engines. Microscopic ships reach Sirius, 8 light-years away, and send back the first images of the planets around Sirius. Humans create atoms from light particles, photon fusion, the reverse of separating atoms into light particles. The first images of large living objects on a planet of another star are seen. Robots land and walk on Venus. The first large ship to reach a different star, Alpha Centauri. Smaller robot ships then land on all the planets and moons of Centauri. Robots start mining and building to prepare for the many millions of humans that will eventually arrive. Humans consume an asteroid. Humans live on Venus, the first Venus colony. Humans live on and under the surface of Venus in cooled buildings. Ships containing humans leave for the stars of Alpha Centauri and will arrive successfully perhaps 400 years later. This begins the colonization of other stars. Humans change the motion of a moon, perhaps a moon of Jupiter or Mars. Humans change the motion of a planet, planet Earth. The large quantity of ships in orbit causes the motion of Earth to be carefully monitored and periodically changed using organized ship movements. By this time, the Earth and Moon are visibly surrounded by millions of orbiting ships. A ship impacts the surface of Jupiter. The first image of the surface of Jupiter is captured. The solid and liquid body of Jupiter is confirmed to be 6 times the diameter of Earth. The surface of Jupiter may appear to be molten liquid like the surface of the Sun and the interior of the other planets. A ship from Centauri leaves for Earth carrying matter from Centauri. This is part of a long-term project of bringing back matter from around Centauri to be used around the star-Earth orbits where consumable atoms are in great demand. Human anatomical changes start to become apparent as a result of living many generations in low gravity. Humans may start to look like ocean organisms which do not walk but instead move by pushing the surrounding medium using their appendages. Humans may also develop more and larger sex-related organs of both genders. The start of the removal of the Jupiter atmosphere. Many humans may fear Jupiter exploding. The removal of the atmosphere is a natural result of ships feeding on the matter of Jupiter. The lost mass is replaced by added ships and people. Ships with robots reach the second closest star, Barnard Star, 6 light-years away. Robots land on the planets and start building more ships. A ship from Centauri reaches Earth and returns the first objects from a different star. Robots around Centauri build ships to go to other stars and pull them closer. Humans reach a different star, Alpha Centauri. Humans now live around 2 star systems, and so the chance of extinction is greatly decreased. Humans will start to reproduce at an exponential rate around the 3 stars of Centauri. Humans completely control the motion of planet Mercury. The end of major religions. Most humans belong to no major religion. Ships with robots reach Sirius. Humans control the motion of Mars. Humans reach Barnard's star. Much of the atmosphere of Venus has been removed and the surface has cooled down. Nitrogen and oxygen gases are now released into the atmosphere. Humans reach Sirius. The motion of Jupiter is controlled by orbiting ships. The atmosphere of Jupiter is completely removed, which causes the surface to solidify and be more easily mined. Humans may add a nitrogen and oxygen atmosphere or may simply mine Jupiter for matter, most of which is exported to humans orbiting Jupiter or the Sun. Humans have robot ships at 10 different stars. The rings of Saturn are consumed by humans living there. Humans land on the surface of Jupiter. The Venus atmosphere is like the atmosphere of Earth. Venus becomes a second Earth, although without oceans and much more efficiently organized. The first ships to hold an orbit above or below the planetary plane. Ships can get closer to the Sun by occupying an orbit above or below the planetary plane. These ships may hold a horizontal orbit by thrusting against the Y component of the Sun's gravity. Alternatively, they may maintain a thrustless orbit that crosses the planetary plane. Humans live on the surface of Jupiter. The motions of all the planets are under human control. Jupiter is the most populated planet, overtaking the Earth in number of humans living in, on, and in orbit of it. The atmosphere of Jupiter is now nitrogen and oxygen and heated to stay gaseous. More humans live in ships than live in and on the surface of all the planets, moons, and asteroids. Humans have robot ships at 50 different stars. The first image of advanced living objects that evolved around a different star. Their scientific technologies, constructions, and highly adapted anatomies are of great interest. Obtaining this image is part of a process that all advanced life must participate in, sending probe ships to other stars and capturing images of any life that has evolved there. Humans inhabit 10 stars and have robot ships around 100 stars. The position of the Sun is under human control and is moved in the direction of Centauri. The stars of Centauri are moved towards the Sun. This will make travel, communication, and trading of matter between the two stars faster. Humans touch advanced living objects that evolved around a different star. This will cause a large amount of excitement for the many billions of organisms of both star systems. Humans form a cluster of 4 stars, the Sun and the 3 stars of Centauri, and start to look like an open cluster. Each star is within 1 light-year from each other. 1 trillion humans. Genetic engineering may produce humans that use photosynthesis, only needing water, oxygen, and light. Humans may genetically remove the requirement to urinate, defecate, sleep, and reproduce sexually. Humans may genetically remove the need for a constant supply of oxygen or water. 1 quadrillion humans, 10 to the power 15. Our descendants probably will look very different from humans now, adapted for efficiency and to low-gravity space. More humans live around other stars than live around the Sun. 1 quintillion humans, 10 to the power 18. Humans have robot ships around 1,000 stars, inhabit 100 stars, and form an open cluster of 10 stars. Humans have robot ships around 10,000 stars, inhabit 1,000 stars, and form a cluster of 100 stars. All asteroids are consumed. Humans reach the center of the Earth. Earth is completely filled with living objects and has a population of 10 quintillion, 10 to the power 19 humans. There is no more molten material inside the Earth. All the molten compressed matter was extracted, cooled, and consumed, mostly as building materials, fuel, and food. Earth is completely filled with tunnels, rooms, and living objects. Humans have robot ships at 100,000 stars, inhabit 10,000 stars, and form a cluster of 1,000 stars. Alternatively, the cluster of stars our descendants make may be consumed by or integrated with a larger star cluster, for example the Hyades, or M13. Humans form a globular cluster of 10,000 stars. This cluster starts to leave the plane of the Milky Way galaxy. The human population is now around 50 sextillion, 50 times 10 to the power 21. An object made by humans touches the surface of the Sun. By this time the Sun is colder and much of the surface is solid. Matter of the Sun continues to be removed for food, fuel, and building materials. The moon of Earth population reaches the maximum possible, 200 quadrillion, 200 times 10 to the power 15. Planet Mercury is completely filled with living objects and functions like a large ship, perhaps even dividing into smaller separate ships. The population of humans on the planet Mars reaches a physical maximum of 1 quintillion, 1 to the power 18 humans. All the planets of the Sun are consumed. All that remains are ships that orbit the Sun. Most matter must now be taken from the Sun and other stars. The Sun is consumed. That the planets and Sun will probably be consumed is evidence that a globular cluster is made by an advanced organism that goes out and brings back other stars to consume, the matter being converted into more of their species, ships, food, and fuel. Sirius is consumed. 10 to the power 100 humans. All the stars in the Milky Way galaxy belong to a globular cluster. The Milky Way is now an elliptical galaxy. The star clusters in the outer areas are pulled closer to the center, making the galaxy more spherical, and the galaxy develops a massive propulsion system in order to go get more matter to consume. The Milky Way is now a spherical globular galaxy. The galaxy may try to position itself behind another galaxy to consume its emitted exhaust. The Milky Way globular galaxy integrates the matter of the 2 Magellanic Cloud galaxies. The Andromeda and Milky Way globular galaxies may merge into a single larger galaxy, which then resumes the search for a smaller galaxy to consume. Natural selection must also create a large-scale eat-or-be-eaten predator-prey existence for galaxies, similar to that on Earth. The Milky Way may seek to consume galaxies that are smaller while trying to move away from galaxies that are larger.